everyone. I'd like to remind the speakers and indeed everyone here that this forum is being webcast. This means that your image and what you say will be broadcast live to the public and is also recorded. Please be mindful of what you say and avoid making statements that may defame or offend anyone. Council is not responsible for your actions. Please switch your mobile phones off or onto silent for the duration of the forum. I ask everyone here to remain seated while the forum is underway. Welcome to our community members that have joined us via webcast and in the public gallery for the 26th of August 2025 Central Coast Council Public Forum. I now declare the forum open at 6 p.m. Purpose of the forum: we are holding this public forum today to hear from community members who have registered to speak on items before the council meeting tonight. I ask that the community members be listened to in silence and with respect. Where the speakers are commenting on a document proposed to be exhibited for community submissions, I remind you that you must also make your submissions once the exhibition opens. I will call each person to the lectern. A reminder, community members registered to speak, that your address to council is being live streamed and recorded, and you have 3 minutes each. However, council can grant additional 1 minute for your address at its discretion. Once your address to council has concluded, please remain at the podium as council may wish to ask you questions. I note the following people have requested to address council: Zina Harji, Gary Jackson, Marcus Harvey, Lawrence Chelbeck, Sarah Ryan, Rachel Mahone, Lisa Kolinak and Matt Lamont. And the first speaker tonight is Zina Harji, speaking item 4.1, Review Committee, Current Library, Minutes and Recommendations, August 2025. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Zina Harij. I've lived in Gosford all of my life, 33 years to be exact. I was a Gosford public school student, but my beautiful waterfront school was demolished. The people of Gosford were promised a performing arts centre on the waterfront, but that didn't eventuate. I think we will be waiting a long time for our regional performing arts centre, and that prime waterfront land is now a private development site with multiple apartment towers planned and under construction. For years, Central Coast ratepayers contributed to a levy for a new regional library. The Broadwater Hotel in Man Street, next to the abandoned council chamber from the former Gosford City Council, was the preferred site. Now that site and the council chamber will be sold to private developers. It's not going to be the promised TAFE, and that's across from the long abandoned Brisbane Water Council building, another private development site. I welcome the new regional library. The tens of thousands of new apartment dwellers who will be calling Gosford home will need as many community facilities as possible. That's why I speak in support of the review panel's recommendation to keep and reuse the existing library building. We need social facilities, meeting places and places of value. I understand that it is easier to demolish and concrete over the past. Our region could almost be the demolition or concrete coast. Younger Gosford residents understand the irony of the tag Gossie Good Times. Where exactly are Gosford residents supposed to create those good times, those memories of place, culture, purpose and community? A brand new regional library is great, but it is not enough. Why can't we proudly preserve at least one part of Gosford's history in the form of the existing architecturally recognised library building? The New South Wales government architect said that we should keep it. So when I think about the future of the old library, the first step should be to give it the heritage status it deserves. Adding it to the heritage inventory in our LEP would help reduce the cost of its upkeep. The $4 million cost estimate from council staff is an overblown piece of numerical mischief, but no one really believes. But anyway, my hardworking parents would say you need to get a few more quotes before you say yes to that. I see a cafe, intimate performing space, affordable meeting places for grassroots group, boutiques, exhibitions, young people to meet up, where young and old can come together in the heart of Gosford in a heritage building that's as solid and as iconic as the Sydney Opera House. Maybe our own version of an opera bar, a tourist attraction that generates income, could even be an indoor gym for local community members. It could be a hub for my hometown where future generations do get to create community memories and gossy good times. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Zena. Any questions for Zena? No, all good. Thank you. Thanks very much. Next speaker is Gary Jackson. Gary, do please come up to the microphone. And Gary's speaking for the review committee, current library minutes and recommendations as well. Thanks,
Thank
Gary.
you. Councillors, your vote tonight to retain and repurpose the library building is the right choice. It is a building of heritage significance, and this council has a responsibility to locally heritage list it. It is also worthy of state heritage listing. One thing that has been obvious to most people following this process is the exaggerated financial figures, the $4.25 million to refurbish the library building. I'm not an expert, but when you see $1 million allocated for a lift in a building, makes you think, should it cost that much, or is it actually required? There's other items in the scope of works that may or may not be required, but that'll depend on the intended use of the building. Was a quantity surveyor utilised to properly assess the building and provide an estimate of the cost? One certainly should have been. In 2021, the council had a different plan to refurbish the library, and the cost at that time was only $750,000. I don't think the building costs have gone up that much in just 4 years. As our elected councillors, the community expect you to give strong financial consideration to a project. Please make sure that the figures you have for repurposing the building are accurate and not scaremongering. During the review meetings, David Burton from the National Trust, he's the Director of Heritage Conservation and Architecture, said that with the right people engaged, the adaptive reuse of the library building would not be highly expensive. If the building was successfully heritage listed, some exemptions would apply, and to date these have not been considered. If the building was to receive state heritage listing, and again I stress that the building does meet the criteria for state heritage listing, certain state heritage funding would be available. All councils throughout New South Wales have a responsibility to identify and maintain heritage buildings. Our council should play or be playing a role to promote and raise awareness of local and state heritage items, not demolishing them. If council is desperate for green space in Gosford, why not convert the ill-fated tidal pool on the waterfront? That area is 3 times the size of the area of the library site. In previous review committee meetings, 2 petitions were put forward, 3,500 signatures from the community supporting the retention of the library. That figure, as of today, is well over 4,100. It is clear that our community want this building retained. Please adopt the unanimous recommendations of the Library Review Committee and retain and repurpose the Gosford Library building for the future of the Central Coast. Our heritage does matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Councillor Smith, you got a question for Gary?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. To the Speaker, Mr. Jackson, I just feel like we're getting mixed messages about the heritage listing. Do you know, and I know you were on the former Heritage Advisory Committee, do you know if there has been applications to get the building heritage listed and what the outcomes of those were, or what that process was? Thank you.
For the past 20 years or so, as far as I'm aware, the building has been nominated on formerly the Gosford City Council and then Central Coast Council, nominated for local heritage listing. I think it was a meeting in 2016 where it was wiped off the list in the actual council meeting. It was that close to being properly, officially recognised. As far as state, there has been nominations put in, I think it was 2023, by a number of Central Coast residents. There was a lot of talk that it had been refused. It wasn't refused, it was just it didn't meet the criteria at the time. The State Heritage Council have criteria, and then they have priorities. There's new information that's come to hand since 2003, and we're quite confident that if it was nominated properly, it would reach state heritage levels.
Any other questions for Gary? Thanks, Gary.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Marcus Harvey on 4.4 Environment and Planning Committee Minutes and Recommendations, August 2025. And he's speaking against.
Hi everyone. I'm speaking against the proposal that the current draft open pile burning policy be put on public exhibition. I urge Council to amend the policy to better address the smoke pollution impacts of open pile burning for consideration by the community during public exhibition. I live on 2.5 acres in the semi-rural suburb of Fountaindale. My sister and her 2-year-old son also live on the property. All properties on my street have environmental zoning, are serviced by Council's green bin service, and have access to 6 free bulk green waste curbside collections. Outside of the statutory bushfire danger period, neighbouring landholders are lighting pile burns on a near weekly basis. This is permitted under Council's open pile burning policy on a deemed approval self-assessed basis. Fountaindale's valley topography creates a temperature inversion, a smoke trap situation on cold, still nights, often leading to severe smoke pollution. During her pregnancy in winter 2023, my sister developed asthma and has been struggling to breathe at night ever since. My 2-year-old nephew has been woken coughing and with watering eyes, and my sister has had to purchase an air purifier to keep the indoor air breathable. In 2022, I purchased an outdoor air quality sensor and have now collected 4 years of local air quality data. Between May to August 2022 to 2025, 41% of all nights recorded Australian National Environment Protection Measure air quality index scores of fair or worse, with 20%, so that's 1 in 5 nights, recording poor to hazardous. 84% of all known pile burn nights registered fair or worse, and 67% poor to hazardous, showing a strong link between pile burning and serious air pollution. There is little oversight by Council. The enforcement model relies on complaints, yet residents are reluctant due to fear of conflict, and even when made, complaints are not acted on for months. Wood smoke disproportionately acutely harms children, the elderly, and those with heart and respiratory conditions, but chronic exposure is harmful to the whole community. The New South Wales Department of Planning and Environment estimates that wood smoke causes 269 deaths annually in Greater Sydney and reduces collective life expectancy by 3,279 years. What lifelong health burden is this smoke inflicting on my 2-year-old nephew, who's been exposed to this year after year since before birth? I believe he has a right to grow up with clean air. I urge Council to amend the draft policy to better align it with the clean air legislation and EPA best practice. This includes adding community education that pile burning is not best practice and prioritising alternatives such as curbside collection or chipping, restricting burning to 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. to avoid temperature inversions, and, in line with Hawkesbury and Cessnock councils, requiring an online self-assessment declaration form to confirm eligibility and emphasise the conditions of consent. Thank you.
Thanks, Marcus. Councillor Smith,
thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Harvey, can you've raised a number of concerns, and the pile burning policy is something I've had previous interest in. Have you raised those concerns with Council?
Yes, so from the start I was quite reluctant to report individual neighbouring properties because it causes a lot of stress and tension and conflict, and it's not good for anyone on the local level when you're trying to get on in a neighbourhood. So seeing that it was more of a systemic problem, I wrote a letter to the former administrator Rick Hart in 2023, and in that letter I included all the air quality data that I'd collected, cross-referenced with the pile burn nights, showing that clear relationship for air pollution. And I asked Council to consider a number of actions, the most important being to install its own air quality monitors, to enforce its policy, and to prioritise alternative disposal methods. That policy review was, so in his response, the administrator said that all of those actions would be deferred to a policy review, which was then pushed forward from 2023-2024 to now. And in the interim, I began reporting individual properties. Our experience has been that there are months delays in any action being taken.
Councillor Walsh, we're only allowed 1 minute for questions each.
Thanks, Marcus. My question's a bit similar to Councillor Smith's. So it wasn't a complaint as such that you lodged with council under administration?
Not initially. It was a letter asking that council consider some actions to proactively address the issue. But when that was pushed forward to the policy reviews, and we had another year where we were facing ongoing smoke pollution from neighbouring properties, I began making individual reports, which was the recommendation of the Office of the Administrator. So I began doing that, and there was, I think there was, while we were being exposed to that, there was 2 weeks where no action was taken. I called the service centre and asked them to bump it up. Nothing happened. I called again, nothing happened. I emailed the Office of the Administrator. At that point, the Environmental Health Officer got involved and wrote letters to those properties. The burning continued after that, and it's rolled through to this year. It's continuing to happen. We had a really bad night in June this year where we had 4 neighbouring landholders all burning at the same time, and the air smelled like an industrial furnace. The AQI was 500 plus. 200 is the threshold for hazardous. And I made that report on the 22nd of June. I haven't heard anything from council about enforcement action that will be taken on that.
So you've just actually answered my question 2, 3 and 4, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councillor Castles? Councillor Walsh, can you put your buzzer on?
Mr. Harvey, thanks for coming along. You mentioned in your talk about that self-assessment tool that other councils use. Just briefly, from your perspective, does it seem like a complex, sort of time-consuming issue, both in terms of people filling it in and also in terms of, you know, how it might be dealt with within a council? I'm just interested to get your sort of thoughts, brief thoughts on that.
Yeah, look, my understanding is that the primary purpose of this tool is for community education. It also gives council a record of all the pile burns that are taking place. If council wanted to, they could do some analysis. If a complaint is raised, they can cross-reference that with that declaration form, but it's primarily a passive tool. And if you look at Hawkesbury councils and Cessnock Council, where they have these active, I think for Hawkesbury Council it's a requirement, but I think there are disclaimers that council is not necessarily implying that if you fill this out, council has approved your burn. It's more to help you determine if you have eligibility under the conditions of consent.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Marcus. Next, Lisa Comnia, would you like to come up, please? Thank you. Lisa speaking for the Notice of Motion Reconstruction Authority responding to coastal erosion emergency. And she's speaking for.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, councillors and staff. On 1st of April, we attended a meeting really hopeful that the Premier would hear firsthand about the need of action on Wamberal Beach, so that the beach that we all love, that he acknowledged is a major tourism asset, would get the attention that places like Stockton are getting. Instead, he announced that he would not support our proposal. This proposal is one we were forced to move to after our initial idea for sand-covered rock revetment was rejected. Our DA that was prepared in line with state government and council requirements had a cost to us so far of $1.5 million. After the Premier's visit, I vividly remember driving from the club, and as I drove over the hill, there was a gun barrel view to the beach, and an enormous wave just at that moment crashed in a cataclysmic slow motion action onto the beach. I could see it right in front of me, and I thought, oh my God, I really hope the Premier turns right when he comes out of that meeting room, because then he'll see for himself what's at stake, because I have no idea how his sand nourishment idea on its own is going to fix the problem. The recent CMP Blue Coast modelling shows exactly what's at stake. So does the Transport New South Wales Strategic Plan, which proposes a bridge over Ocean View Drive. The modelling shows the beach will not be able to be used in winter, eventually not at all, with breakthrough to the Terrigal Lagoon laid out in black and white. It was exactly the day after the men's visit that we all experienced the first of a series of rolling storms that continue. Evacuations, beach closures, tens of metres of banks lost, fissures appearing across the entire width of people's property, calls of distress made to SES, countless emails, phone calls, media interviews, even a protest. Finally, the Reconstruction Authority formally recognised the risk to public safety and called the area a disaster area, an act that is meant to cut through red tape. It's specifically what it's made for. Yet here we are, months later, and North Entrance is on with the job, with no protest for anyone, but in Womberal, nothing of substance has been done. We have before us a plan, the beginning of sand-covered rock revetment. This solution has come about because of the lack of movement by the Reconstruction Authority. They've put it back on council. This is a solution that SOS has now publicly backed. And if council decides to reject this, in the light of clear public safety issues and a threat to the beach itself, you as representatives need to do what any reasonable person might do in these circumstances. You need to tell us exactly what your solution is. Is it fully funded planned retreat of the 71 houses your council reports say are at immediate risk? Because doing nothing would not be acting in a fair and reasonable manner to assist in a time of distress, fear, danger, and to mitigate the risk of the public. Finally, I note too that for the first time in history of this beach, we have a group of 65 landowners who are willing to fund a solution to this problem. The plan's designed by government coastal engineer and council. It's controlled by council and government, and the construction would be paid for by us. This intense level of scrutiny to Womberal Beach that Womberal Beach receives is unique, and the lack of movement is shameful. Stockton receives $30 million of funding for new concrete seawalls.
Lisa, I'm going to have to. You've
So
had a minute
let's
extra.
just get this done. Please approve the motion, shake hands, and let's move on.
Thank you. Any questions for Lisa? Councillor Walsh. Councillor Walsh.
Thank you, Lisa. Just for point of clarification or a question around clarification. So are you saying in your speech there that you perceive the state government to be doing nothing?
Yes, that's correct.
What was? Sorry. I thought you were going to ask a question there. Sorry, Lisa. Thanks. Mark Lamont. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and everyone.
Mark, no. Hey. Just some respect, please. Mark speaking on 6.6, notice of motion, Reconstruction Authority responding to coastal erosion, and Mark speaking against. Thanks, Mark.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I urge councillors to object to motion 6.6. About 50 years ago, landowners at Womberal Beach built a protective structure in front of their block of units. They built that structure on their own land at their own expense. And they did it because they said they had a right to do so. Sometime later, the New South Wales Supreme...
Mr. Mayor, may I call a point of order? We require within the Code of Conduct that there be respect shown to all speakers and participants. There have been a number of people in the gallery who are showing utter disrespect, and I feel that if there is any further disruption, you should clear the gallery.
I'll clear the gallery right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Please show respect, please. Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Neil. Sorry, Mark.
When I got that home, I was told it was going to be protected.
By who? The real estate agent?
Thanks, Mark.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, can I start again? It's just
Yeah.
Thanks very much. Good evening, everyone, and I would urge councillors to object to motion 6.6, which is for so-called protection works at Wamberal. About 50 years ago, landowners at Wamberal Beach decided to build a protective structure in front of their units at Manana. They built it on their own land, they built it at their own expense, and they built it because they said they had a right to protect their property. In 1978, shortly after, the New South Wales Supreme Court found that seawall most likely caused Miss Dr. Egger's house and another house adjacent to fall into the sea. There was also a footnote on that ruling to forewarn council about future liability in relation to such structures. That was the precedent entity to this council. The important point is that their desire for protection backfired. The end effects were found to most likely cause the destruction of homes. So that's the last time a house fell into the sea at Wamberal. And tonight, you're faced with a motion that's asking you to take emergency measures to cut out red tape, which is really safeguards. As a beach user, I think safeguards are really important. Causing you to take a fast track, no consultation of the public, no independent review, to allow for a structure which experts have serious concerns about. We don't want to have a string of mananas along Wamberal Beach. Now, some of you may say, but this motion is about terminal protection. Terminal meaning end to end. That's the theory. However, if you read the motion carefully and the associated business papers, you will see that it provides a clear option for each landowner to decide whether or not they join in the venture. And we know from the recent seawall, DA, that didn't happen. The most significant landowner on Wamberal Beach is New South Wales Government. And New South Wales Government, if this motion was to continue, needs to absolutely be involved in the design process along with private landowners. I should also point out as a Wamberal resident that no one group at Wamberal has the mind of all beachfront landowners on that beach. Wamberal SOS does not agree with this motion. Wamberal Beach Save Our Sands and the community are relying on expert advice that sprinkling sand over the top of rocks is not sand nourishment. We need to have an action which involves a changing of
Mr.
the actual
Mayor,
beach profile.
Mr. Mayor, please.
And I think the experts
Mark's
here
still
know.
got 1 more minute to speak because Lisa got an extra minute, so please be
Please, without
respectful.
interruption for
Yeah.
him.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just jumping ahead, I think too this action is futile. I think it's going to give false hope because I'm sure that the minister who sits across the Reconstruction Authority is not going to approve this. The president of North Entrance was mentioned. Councillors know that was for temporary works, and the orders under that particular section 68 are that those works have to be pulled out. This one's different. This one's about something potentially permanent. I think that I would implore you to work with New South Wales Government, to my previous speaker's point, to work with New South Wales Government to come up with a fresh, holistic response. I hesitate to use the word solution. A terminal patient might not have a solution, but there are better ways to manage that situation. I'm not saying that Wamberal Beach is terminal, but I'm saying it needs management. It needs to have reasonable evidence-based responses, and I urge council to put its attention, spend that $150,000 on the expedition of the CMP so that we can get New South Wales Government, a significant landowner, and others working on solutions which can include a buried flexible sloping revetment with offshore sand nourishment and potentially
Mark.
even artificial reefs. There are many options that can be tested,
Mark, I have to.
and
cut you
I
off
leave
now.
it with you. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Sorry
Thank
about
you.
that. Thank you.
I just. Just, I was just going to. We'll come back to if there are any questions for Mark. No, no questions, Mark. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
I'll just suspend the public forum to open the official meeting. I just need a motion. John, Councillor Mullen, second by Councillor McGregor. All those in favour to open the meeting? To adjourn the forum and open the meetings. Thank you. Unanimous. Thank you. So now we'll just adjourn the official meeting to go back to the public forum. Yeah, I need the motion to adjourn. So all those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. So now the next speaker is Lawrence Chelbeck. Thanks, Lawrence. And Lawrence is speaking on 5.1 Shark Management Programme 2025-26 trial removal of nets on one beach location. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, councillors. My name is Lawrence Klebeck, marine biologist with Humane World for Animals. My organization would also like to thank the Central Coast, the representatives, and council for the continued opposition to shark nets on your beaches. As you are aware, shark nets offer nothing more than a false sense of security while killing marine wildlife. At only 150 meters in length on beaches that can be multiple Ks long, these are not barriers. These are ping pong nets on football pitches. Mayor, you can use that one. Worse still, images obtained under FOI requests show large shark bites taken from carcasses removed from shark nets. Dead and dying wildlife in the nets attract sharks closer to beaches. Shark nets increase the risk of shark bite. Over the last decade, New South Wales, the state government, has spent nearly $100 million on a shark management strategy with new technologies like drones, listening stations, that would make it a world leader in the space if not for the nets. Introduced in 1937, shark nets are devices, methods, and attitudes 100 years past their time. We strongly support the Council's decision to participate in the trial, and we understand the difficulty opposed upon Council in the state government's request for you to nominate a beach for that trial. It is my understanding that the state government is open to a collaborative selection process with Council, as they have been with Waverley and the Northern Beaches. Though the public and the environment would be better served if every shark net were removed, this trial is an important first step. And if the removal of one net opens the door for more to be removed in the future, we should do everything we can to secure that opportunity. In order to give this trial the greatest chance for it to go ahead, I encourage Council to review the relevant data for bycatch, target shark catch, beach visitation, and any other metric you see fit to have a handful of candidate beaches in mind when approached by the state government to cooperatively make a decision. I again thank the Council for their support on this issue, and I encourage them to do what is necessary to see that the trial begins. Ending the use of shark nets is not only good for marine wildlife and our ocean ecosystems, but it is unequivocally better for public safety. Thank you.
Thanks, Lawrence. Any questions, Councillor Smith?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Klebeck, I think. So I'm just wondering, it's not obvious to me why the state government is only allowing councillors to nominate one beach rather than all the beaches. Do you have an understanding of why the state government has taken that approach?
Well, I have theories. It's a management of political risk.
Right, okay. No, that's fine. You don't need to expand on it. No. Thank you.
Councillor McGregor.
Thank you. Look, I'd first just start off by saying thanks for sending us through all the files that you did send through. I'm just looking at some of the pictures right now, and I would encourage the other councillors to do that as well. But secondly, I think basically people that understand the sort of science in the area are pretty supportive of your proposition. And I'd like to obviously see the motion go through tonight, as many others would. But what I'm curious about is this selection of the beach. So that's something that a lot of people had a lot of trouble with. Is there one in particular that maybe stands out about the others, or is it a bit of a false dichotomy trying to pick one when the problem is really all the nets in general?
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you that it is, like I said, much better to remove all of them in general. However, there are a few nets that stand out, and if it comes down to whether the trial is going to take place, if a selection needs to be made or not, there are a few metrics that you can use, beach visitation, and then I said bycatch. I mean, I think Lakes Beach and Umina specifically stand out as having quite a significant amount of bycatch. And from an environmental standpoint, that might be the best selection. But you're absolutely right that we're all better served if they were all gone.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lawrence. There are no other questions. Thanks very much. Cheers. Next speaker is Sarah Ryan. She's also speaking 5.1 Chat Management Programme, and she's speaking for as well. Thanks, Sarah.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, councillors, and everybody in the gallery. My name is Sarah, and I'm from the Animal Justice Party on the Central Coast. I first want to start by thanking you all for your support to get rid of all the shark nets here on the Central Coast. And I think we're all equally disappointed with this trial that we're only allowed to remove one net. I also completely acknowledge the council's frustration with the DPI and the state government, how they failed to give any clear direction. And I wholeheartedly agree that they should be more involved. But I also believe that their failure to lead should not result in the loss of innocent lives. So I firstly just want to highlight two reasons why I think it's really important that the Central Coast participate in this trial. Firstly is that the community's voice. So over the years, the Animal Justice Party and many other groups and activists, we've had plenty of rallies, outreach events, gathered thousands of signatures across many petitions, and the message that we get from the Central Coast community has always been consistent, and that is that they want nets out. Last year, over 300 letters written by the community were hand-delivered by our MP, Emma Hurst, to Premier Minns, and then the voices of Central Coast residents were actually heard in New South Wales Legislative Council. And it's these voices that have contributed to our council being invited to participate in this trial. And I think it's really important that those voices aren't ignored. Secondly, protecting our endangered wildlife. So at the entrance, our council rightly invests time and energy into protecting the endangered little terns. The actions are working and the little tern population is healthy. But in Terrigal, where the critically endangered grey nurse sharks live, a lethal shark net hangs, waiting to trap and kill these gentle giants with any wrong turn. They're both these animals are endangered and both of them deserve protection. So, as I previously mentioned, I do agree that the DPI should definitely be involved in this decision making, and I really hope they step up. But if the decision is yours to make as councillors, as locals, and as Central Coast community members, I'm just going to ask you these questions. So 1, which net catches the most endangered animals? So approximately 25% of all animals caught in shark nets are threatened or endangered, including grey nurse, turtles, dolphins, hammerheads, and even a humpback whale last season. 2, which nets kill the most animals overall? So approximately 90% of animals caught in shark nets are non-target animals, and most of them will die. 3, which beaches have the lowest number of shark-human interactions? Studies have actually shown there's no measurable distance in safety between netted and non-netted beaches. I actually emailed you all a broken down list of human-shark interactions on the Central Coast beaches since they were installed up here in 1987. If you do have a copy in front of you, you can see really clearly that they do not protect swimmers from shark interactions. You'll also notice that all the interactions that have happened have been relatively minor, and that there have been no fatal shark interactions on the Central Coast since 1955. Number 4 is which beats have the drones. The drones are modern, they're effective, they're proven, they're non-lethal, and they will actually keep swimmers safe. So if we can get more funding to invest in drones, then the oceans will be safe for everyone. Just in closing, I'm just going to say this trial is about more than removing just one net. It's about leadership, it's about protecting endangered species, ensuring public safety, it's about listening to our community and stepping up where state leadership has failed. That's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Sarah. Just any questions for Sarah? No, all good. Thanks, Sarah. Our last speaker tonight is Rachel Mahone. Rachel speaking item 6.5, notice of motion improving pedestrian safety at Copacabana Primary School, and she's speaking for. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and councillors. I'm here on behalf of Copacabana Public School PNC to raise the issue of the lack of safe pedestrian access for our students. Firstly, I'd like to acknowledge the change.org petition that was circulated by one of our local community members and has to date gained over 600 signatures in support of the initiative to extend the footpath from Pueblo Street to Del Rio Drive, which is the main thoroughfare from the school to the surf club. For such a small community to gain over 600 signatures really just highlights the support that this initiative has to make our roads safer for our students, because ultimately this is about giving our children safe access to their school. No parent should have to worry that their child is at risk simply walking to school, and Copacabana families deserve the same infrastructure that other schools across the coast already have. We've been told that there is an issue with funding to do infrastructure work such as extending the footpath, but can you really put a price on our kids' safety? At present, there are no pedestrian crossings at 3 key access points to the school: the front of the school gate, the back stairs, and the stairs that lead onto Pueblo Street. These are direct entry points to the school used daily by students and families, yet drivers have no visual cues to slow down or to alert pedestrians. The stairs in particular are concealed and very dangerous. There is no signage in Copacabana alerting drivers that they are close to a school, which is a problem because the location of the school is also not obvious to drivers that are from out of the area. Compounding this issue is that there is a lack of footpath from the main access street to the school, Del Rio Drive, to the start of Pueblo Street. Many students must walk on the road itself. This puts children on bikes, scooters, and on foot in direct conflict with vehicles. The current 40 zone does not extend down Del Rio Drive, which is where children are currently forced to walk on the road due to lack of footpath. During school drop-off and pick-up, traffic builds quickly. The area is busy with cars, buses, there are blind spots, and the roads are narrow. At these times, the risk of an accident involving a child is unacceptably high. We must act before something happens. We are requesting a full traffic and pedestrian safety assessment of both the front and back of the school. Consideration of a redesign of the front layout, which could include changes to the kiss and drop areas and school bus drop-offs. Installation of pedestrian crossings at the stairs and the main gate to create visible and safe points of access, and the continuation of a footpath from Pueblo Street along Del Rio Drive to ensure that students have safe passageway all the way to and from school to the only pedestrian crossing in Copacabana, and the extension of the 40 zone. All we want is for our children to give their children safe access to their school. We want our kids to be able to walk and ride to school without the risk of being in an avoidable accident. To reiterate, Copacabana families deserve the same safe infrastructure that other schools across the coast already have. Thank you for your time, and I urge Council to prioritise an assessment before a preventable incident occurs. Thank you.
Thank you. Have we got any questions? Any questions, Councillor McGregor?
Just a quick one through you, Mr. Mayor. Just reading through, obviously there's the notice of motion that's been submitted by the councillor, but the CEO's put a response in. Would you be happy from a community point of view with the CEO response going through, or just the councillor's notice of motion, or is it a matter of either?
Sorry, can you?
So if you 6.5 is the motion from Councillor Wright, points 1 through point 4. Now, in the report, the CEO's put a response in with three or four dot points there. So I'm just wondering if you would be happy with what the CEO is suggesting as a response, or do you just want what the councillor wants, or are you happy with either?
The 3 dot points in response.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? No? Thank you. Right, I now declare the public forum closed, and you're invited to watch the webcast of the council meeting, which will commence at 6:30 if you're going home. A link to the webcast can be found on the council's website. Thanks to all the speakers. Thanks for the respect for the gallery mostly, and thank you very much. We'll adjourn for 5 minutes, councillors, if you want to go to the bathroom or anything, and then we'll kick off. So. or fire, please remain calm and wait for the instructions from the CEO, councillor officers or security guards. If we need to evacuate the building, council has 2 emergency muster points. These are on the footpath of the Grand Hotel at the front of the building and Frank Balance Park to the rear of the building. In the event of a medical emergency, please alert council officers for assistance. I remind councillors and all those that are in the chamber that your image and what you say may be broadcast live to the public, so please be mindful of your actions and your comments. You should avoid making statements that might defame or offend, and note that a recording of this meeting will be retained online and in council's archives. Please turn off your mobile phones or switch to silent. Filming and photography are not permitted in the chamber. Anyone observed to be filming the meeting will be asked to leave. I would like to remind councillors to turn their microphones on before speaking and off again when no longer addressing council. Councillors who are joining via audio-visual link must ensure that their camera is turned on for the entirety of the meeting. I remind councillors that we have been elected to represent our community and are tasked with making decisions and solving problems. I encourage all councillors to please keep the debate robust but polite and respectful. The Code of Conduct defines behaviour standards and sets out mechanism to respond to any contraventions. The meeting is open. Yeah, just need a motion to resume. So all of Councillor McGregor, seconded by Councillor Moreland. All those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. So council meeting is resumed at 6:50. We acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we live, work and play. We pay our respects to Dark and John country and the elders past and present. We recognise the continued connection to these lands and waterways and extend this acknowledgement to the homelands and stories of those who also call this place home. We recognise our future leaders and the shared responsibility to care and protect our place and people. Procedural motion attendance by councillors at meetings by audio-visual links. Requests were received from Councillor Lamont to attend this meeting by audio-visual link in accordance with clause 6.21 of the Code of Meeting Practice. I note that in accordance with clause 6.24 of the Code of Meeting Practice, Councillor Lamont is entitled to vote on this item. The council approves the request by Councillor Lamont to attend the council meeting 26th of August 2025 at 6:30 by audiovisual link, as she is unable to attend in person due to personal reasons. And I would put the motion. All those in voting in favour of the motion, please raise your hands. Unanimous, thank you. Councillor McGregor and Councillor Moreland. No, there was a seconder for that motion there. Yeah, Councillor McGregor said yeah, and Councillor Moreland. Thank you. Item 1.1, disclosures of interest. I will now ask each councillor to disclose any conflict of interest they may have in the items on tonight's agenda. Firstly, myself, I confirm I do not have any conflicts. Councillor Moreland?
No conflicts, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Daniels?
Nothing to declare.
Councillor McGregor?
No known conflicts, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Castle?
Nothing to declare, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Crowley?
Nothing to declare, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Councillor Walsh?
Nothing to declare, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Neal?
I have nothing to declare.
Councillor Smith?
Nothing to declare, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Lamont?
In regards to item 6.6, I note that I am a member of the SOS
Councillor
Facebook
Lamont, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah. Have you got any conflicts?
I'm just reading it out. In regards to item 6.6, for transparency, I note that I'm a member of the SOS Facebook community group. Under clause 5.3 of the Code of Conduct, this does not constitute a conflict of interest. I also have no private interest in the matter and no close personal relationship with anyone who has a private interest in the matter. I therefore will remain in the chamber and vote.
Thank you. Councillor Leaton? Hey.
Please.
No, you will be kicked out. Just a bit of respect here.
Please empty the gallery.
Sorry,
please.
Councillor McGregor. Councillor Eaton, can you put your buzzer off for a second?
Look, I note your comments and I support them. And regardless of our position, if people can please just watch the meeting and let us deal with the items in front of us respectfully, please.
Thanks, Councillor McGregor. Councillor Eaton.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will declare a significant conflict in item 5.7, and it's paragraph 1D. The proposed grant to, I think it's CCPC, on the basis that Central Coast Group Training, which I'm the chair, has that organisation as a major tenant, and therefore I'm declaring a significant conflict and I'll leave the chamber on that matter and not take part in the debate or vote.
Thank you. Councillor Stanton.
Nothing to declare, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Wright.
Mr. Mayor, I realise that now I have admitted declaring an interest, having highlighted the matters raised by Councillor Eaton. I do have a pecuniary interest relating to my spouse, who is a member of the CCPC board, and that being the case, I will not be participating on that vote and will leave the chamber.
Thanks, Councillor Neal. Councillor Wright. Microphone, thanks.
No conflicts, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor McNamara.
No conflicts.
Councillor McQuaid.
No conflicts.
Thank you. Item 1.2, confirmation of minutes. Can I have a mover? Councillor Wright. Seconder, Councillor Millen. Yep. So just give me a Councillor Wright. Councillor Neal.
I wish to move an amendment to the adoption of the minutes, that we also note the profanity that was made during the last meeting. I rise today, or I don't rise, I remain seating, to address an issue of both principle and practice. The question of whether a profanity that was said during the time Councillor Eaton was addressing the chamber at our last meeting should be recorded in the official minutes. Council meetings are not only decision-making forums, they are also public records of those decisions being made. The minutes are the lasting evidence of our conduct, our debate, and the way in which we discharge our duties on behalf of the community. They are not simply an administrative record of motions passed, but a reflection of the standards that we uphold. When a councillor uses profane or offensive language or acts generally disrespectfully in the chamber, it is not merely an aside. It is a matter that goes directly to the dignity of this council, to the respect owed to staff and fellow councillors, and to the trust that the public places in us. Recording such conduct in the minutes is not about embarrassing an individual, it is about accountability. It is about ensuring that the public has an accurate and transparent account of what occurred. We often remind ourselves that councillors are bound by the code of conduct. That code requires us to treat others with respect and to act lawfully, honestly, in a way that maintains public confidence. I do not seek in any way to draw any conclusions about whether the behaviour at that last meeting was in fact a breach of the code of conduct. When a breach of that standard occurs, particularly in the form of profanity spoken on the record, it is appropriate that the minutes reflect it. Otherwise, the public record would present a sanitised and incomplete picture of the meeting, one that does not fully capture the reality of our proceedings. I would also point out that the precedents exist in other councils across New South Wales and beyond. Where disorderly conduct occurs, especially language that is unparliamentary or offensive, it is formally noted in the minutes. This is not done out of malice, but out of recognition that transparency requires accuracy, even when the accuracy is uncomfortable. If we were to admit this incident, we risk conveying to our community that such behaviour is inconsequential, that it can occur without consequence and without acknowledgement. This would undermine the values of respect, transparency and accountability that this council is meant to embody. Colleagues, let me be very clear. The minutes are not a vehicle for debate or editorial comment, but they are the official records of fact. And the fact is that profanities were used in this chamber. Recording that fact is not optional if we wish our minutes to maintain their integrity. For these reasons, I urge this council to ensure that any use of profanities, and in particular the use of profanities at our last meeting, be recorded in the minutes so that the historical record accurately reflects what transpired, and so that our community can have confidence that standards of behaviour are recognised and not ignored.
Thanks, Councillor Neil. Can I have a seconder for the amendment? Can I have a second? Councillor Castles. Councillor Reid.
Does Councillor Castles want to speak as the seconder? Thank you. Well, look, I should admit it's true. I said a swear word in the council meeting last month, and the word was council. And many people I know would find that word quite objectionable, in particular I think many in the gallery tonight. The word I said was council.
Can we have
The word
quiet
I
and
said,
respect, please? That's for councillors and
the word I said was council.
security. Can you have a word? Sorry, Councillor Reid.
The word I said was council, which is said many, many times in this place. And despite my levity, is not at this stage a profanity or a swear word. It would appear, at least the tape shows that I stammered a bit as I said it, but the context is clearly a word that was council. Nobody else thought there was a problem with it, and that's certainly what I said. And if Councillor Neil wants to make light of what I might have had as a speech impediment, well, that's a matter for herself.
Councillor, can you put your Councillor Smith?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question through you to the CEO. Can I just ask the CEO if the staff did check the recording? Because I don't, I mean, I recall the incident, but I don't recall, and I didn't go back and review the tape. So is there any advice about this, please?
Certainly, staff reviewed the recording. There was two sounds. I think it's in some ways it's the perception of who listens to it and how they view it. You can draw your own conclusions from that.
All right, so that is inconclusive. Further question, Mr. Mayor, through you to Councillor Eaton. Was there any attempt to apologise for what may have been or may have been perceived to be inappropriate language?
Councillor Eaton.
Well, I'm confident that I didn't say any profane language. However, I'm happy to say that if people misheard me, then I'm sorry that they misheard me.
Councillor McGregor.
Yeah, of course you can. Here it is.
2017, which Councillor McGregor was a key part of, and the $300 million that led to that council being bankrupt because they...
That's quite the stammer, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
All right. All those, no further questions. No further questions. The amendment of Councillor Neil. All those in favour? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neil, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lamont. All those against? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mullen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, and Councillor McQuaid. The amendment's lost. All those in favour of the motion? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mullen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. All those against? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Lamont, and Councillor Smith's abstaining. The motion is failed. Another motion's carried. My apologies. So thank you. Item 1.3, items resolved by exception. Council intends to deal with multiple items business on the agenda together by way of single resolution, except for the items dealing with financial matters that the councillors wish to speak on, the minutes of the standing committee meetings and notice of motion, which will be dealt with separately. I will now call the number of the and title of each item that has not yet been starred by councillors. Those items only will be moved by exception. Item 2.1. Item 5.2, water and sewer security and critical infrastructure.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, can you just clarify 2.1? I thought there was some commentary that this was going to be deferred.
Councillor Eaton.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Eaton, you want to do that now?
Yes.
This is community participation plan for adoption. And you're deferring this?
Yes, I'll call it, but yes, with a view to deferring it to the EMP as I circulated.
Thank you. 5.2, water and sewer security for critical infrastructure.
I'll start that, Mr. Mayor, please.
You're starting that? 5.3, draft code of conduct, code of meeting practice and public forum policy for adoption. Statistical reporting for government information, Public Access Act 2009. 5.5, draft water and sewer concessions and rebate policy for adoption. Council expenses and facility report 1st January 2025 to 30th of June 2025. So can I have a motion to move those items? Councillor Wright, seconded by Councillor Eaton. All those in favour? All those in favour of Councillor Walsh? No? No. So Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mullen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Smith, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid, Councillor Lamont. Motion carried. So I know that a lot of people in the gallery today are here for specific items. I don't want to keep these people waiting until the very end of the meeting. So I'd like now to move a procedural motion to move forward items 6.6, notice of motion, reconstruction authority responding to coastal erosion emergency, and 4.1, review committee, current library buildings, minutes and recommendations, August 2025. All other items will be considered in the usual order. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor McGregor? Yeah.
I think the library was meant to be dealt with before the
I just read them out, so we're going to do the library first. Thanks, Councillor Neil. All those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. So the first item on agenda tonight is 4.1. Review committee, current library building minutes and recommendations, August 2025. Councillor Castles?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to move the following motion. The Council adopts the reports and recommendations of the Review Committee of the current library building meeting held on the 7th of August 2025 as outlined below. 1. Receives and notes the minutes of the Review Committee current library building meeting held on 7th of August. And 2. Adopts the recommendations of the Review Committee current library building in the below resolution. I do note that some of the clauses within the recommendations were pulled out by councillors today, so there will be some items considered separately. Thank you. I move that way.
Can I have a seconder? Councillor Smith. Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Neil. Oh, sorry, who's your buzzer?
Did you want to speak before?
Councillor Neal.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm strongly in support of the Gosford Library and have been for the entire time that I've been here on the council, which I suppose is a relatively short time, but I do thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm here not just as a representative of our community, but as a steward of a legacy. The matter before us, the future of the old Gosford Library, is not simply about a building. It's about how we, as elected leaders, choose to honour our past while shaping our future. The library at 118 Donaldson Street, built in 1969, is a rare example of mid-century civic architecture. Its exposed brickwork, timber detailing and pressed concrete surfaces reflect a design ethos that is both technically accomplished and historically significant. It is a fine example of brutalist architecture, a style not to everyone's taste, but an outstanding example nonetheless. It's emblematic of Gosford's post-war growth and cultural investment. As councillors, we are entrusted with making decisions that balance progress with preservation. The New South Wales Government architect previously recommended retaining and adapting the library as part of the Kibble Park design framework. That advice was grounded in sound urban principles and a recognition of the building's enduring value. Let's also consider the practicalities. The structure has already undergone upgrades, solar panels, air conditioning, roof works. It is not a derelict liability. It is a viable asset. Demolition would not only erase a piece of our civic identity, but also incur unnecessary costs and environmental impact. Importantly, there is a strong community sentiment around this issue. Heritage New South Wales has received a nomination for state heritage listing, and many residents feel blindsided by the administrator's resolution for demolition of the library prior to our election. We must ask ourselves, have we truly engaged with our constituents on this matter? Have we fulfilled our duty to consult, to listen, and to lead transparently? Most importantly, to honour the wishes of the community, with 70% expressing a desire to retain it. Retaining and heritage listing the old Gosford Library is not about resisting change. It's about making thoughtful, informed decisions that reflect our values as a council. We have an opportunity to repurpose this space in a way that honours its history and serves future generations. Let us not be the council that erased a landmark. Let's be the council that has the foresight to preserve it. I would like to conclude by congratulating the members of the review committee, particularly Councillor McQuaid and Councillor Castles, who cooperated to save this library together, and all the other councillors and members of the community who worked so hard to bring this about. I also must recognise in particular historian Merrill Jackson, who I admire greatly and has spent many hours researching and advocating on behalf of the library, and therefore assisted in keeping the library as part of the Gosford city and maintaining its importance in the community.
Thank you, Councillor Neal. Councillor McQuaid.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to confirm that what's on the screen is what Councillor Castle has moved, or is we're moving an amendment, a few amendments? Just want to confirm that, and then I'll speak to it. Thanks.
Councillor McQuaid, can you put off your buzzer?
Just for a sec. Look, I'm just making sure we're clear what's on the screen here, because I know we've been back and forth a few times with civic support to put stuff up. So basically the things that you can see on the screen, the bottom of the screen is which says V111 at the moment, and also 4 and 5. I think I'm getting muddled up with the Roman numerals and the regular numerals. All of those three are basically amendments. That's correct, isn't it, Councillor McQuaid? Okay, so I think where we're at to now is addressing these amendments, and so. I would like to move, and I know the numbering here is going to have to be changed because we've got these strange numbers going on, but I would like to move what is currently saying V11, any future commercial or community lease to include the negotiation of outgoings, maintenance and capital work responsibilities by the lessee following the submission of an expression of interest. I move that new clause. Do we have a seconder?
Yeah, from Councillor Castles.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, Councillor Castles, you're taking on board V333 to include the negotiation of outgoings, maintenance, capital works responsibility by the lessee. So, are you suggesting that if a community group was successful in leasing the building, that they would be responsible for capital works and maintenance on the building?
The suggestion here, or the amendment here, really does cover both commercial and community lease. Obviously, my understanding would be that the decision about how that would happen after an expression of interest would certainly be something that I would expect our expert staff to actually craft in a way that will be suitable for both commercial and community lease potential tenants, if you like. So I think that's what I would say there. We're not trying to completely write the whole process. We're trying to get some things in here that mean going forward we can actually make some sensible decisions about how this gets dealt with in terms of outgoings, maintenance and capital work responsibilities. I personally think, from looking at other lease arrangements, these types of things are covered anyway. It's just highlighting it in this particular amendment, and I think I'll sort of leave that there. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, could I just suggest that it's just a little bit clumsy, that clause, and if I could just suggest some minor tweaking, and I'm sorry to do this on the fly, but at the moment it says that, so part 6, I would suggest says continues this committee to consider the long-term usage of the building, including any future lease and financial income and outgoings. I think it's a bit premature at this point to determine what a future lessee might need to cover and might need to pay, but certainly understand the intent and the desire to get a lessee to cover the majority, if not all, costs. I'm just wondering if the mover would accept that.
Working. Councillor McQuaid, I'll throw to you in a minute. I'm just actually checking that we did get a seconder to this amendment. That was you? Okay, cool, thank you. Yes.
So are you in agreement that some of that detail could be considered and worked through by the committee rather than as put in stone right now what the terms of a lease might be in the future? And I know Councillor McQuaid has a strong interest in this aspect, so whether Councillor McQuaid would agree that that would be better worked through by the committee.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Smith. But I'm of the opinion that it's not really the panel's role to do that. Our role is to put it forward and let council deal with any negotiation with any community or commercial lease. Well, from my experience, leasees do cover, the majority of the maintenance costs as well. And part of that motion there, the amendment, is to get the building, up to a certain a level. And at such time, during negotiations after that point, that's when it's negotiated with council to come up with an appropriate lease.
Through you to the CEO, how many lessees on council facilities do the capital works on the buildings?
We've got one, for example, at the Haven, Terrigal Haven, where we've got a commercial lessee who is at the moment completely refitting and rebuilding that building. It's reasonably common. There's some situations where they don't, but generally, in many cases, they will do the capital improvements, and that's also obviously reflected in the lease costs as well sometimes.
So one out of how many?
I'm just talking about that one at the moment.
So one example out of how many?
I don't know, but we again have the Azuro Blue site that will be coming into commercial, into the commercial space reasonably soon, and there may well be capital works required, and the expectation would be that the tenant would be doing those capital works in that process.
Is that a commercial tenant?
They will be commercial spaces, yes.
Okay. Councillor McQuaid, would you consider just taking up the capital work responsibilities to be determined through this motion? I think that's a significant issue, even though the CEO has given 2 examples of commercial tenants. That may or may not be the case in this instance.
Personally, I'm not. I believe, as I said, it's not council's role. It's council's role to get the building up to an acceptable, level, that meets code and that is safe, and then hand it over in negotiations. They can deal with, any prospective leasee, whether community or commercial. And I think what we've got in front of us, Councillor Castles and I and others have worked really hard to get to this point, and I think it's really strong, and I think we should just get on with it.
All right. No further.
Can I speak to it, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, sorry, Councillor McQuaid. Oh, yeah.
Colleagues, Mr. Mayor, tonight, as Councillor Neal already suggested, this is more than bricks, mortar, and floor plans. This is about who we are as a community. For too long, the Central Coast has been described as north of Sydney or south of Newcastle. But we are not in between. We are the Central Coast. We are coasties. And part of our story, part of our identity is standing right there in the old Gosford Library. I still remember a photo of me and my sister in the mid-80s standing proudly in front of that library. I must have been 2 or 3 years old, and it's dear to my heart. It wasn't just a place to borrow books, it was a place where our community gathered, where ideas were shared, where the children of the coast learned. This is where our story was told. And now, with the incredible new regional library, we have the chance to do something truly special. We can mix the old with the new. We can open up Kibble Park and make it the centrepiece of Gosford. We can set a gold standard. And how the city honours its past while building its future. This is not about nostalgia, it's about identity. It is about courage, it is about saying We will not be defined by what lies beyond us. We will define it ourselves. So I urge every councillor here tonight, vote for these recommendations, vote to keep the old library, vote to repurpose it, to celebrate it, to weave it into the fabric of a revitalised Gosford. Because when we do, we are not just saving a building, we are shaping a legacy. We are saying to every child, every family, every future coastie, this is who we are and this is what we stand for. And to my colleagues across the chamber, thank you. To my own colleagues on this side, thank you. Thank you for coming together to get us here, and I look forward to the day we can stand in Kibble Park, old and the new side by side, and say with pride, we did this because, Mr. Mayor, we are coasties.
Thank you. Councillor McGregor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to the prior councillors for making their comments as well. Firstly, I'd like to thank all the community groups that clearly made their voice heard, and I'd like to thank the councillors who tonight will vote in line with what those community groups done. The thousands and thousands of people who have sent in petitions, letters, emails, phone calls and texts, and it is clear that the community has influenced the outcome of this debate. And that's a very good thing in my mind. So I pay tribute to those who have done that. And I encourage my colleagues here to support the community, what is a clear, outright majority of people, which is not something that you often get in local government issues. I'd also like to make a few other points. This is not the final step in this process. This has been an elongated process, and it's also been an unnecessary one, because we should never have been here. This is another legacy, the failed legacy of administration. This is another one of these big mistakes that were made by someone that didn't have the knowledge, or if they did, didn't make the right decision about something. This building does not contradict the purpose of the other one. It is commensurate to it. It enhances it. There is much potential for this building with adaptive reuse. When it comes to the future of Gosford, which many see as the future of our capital city of our region, we need to move beyond this concept that there is solely going to be residential apartments and that's going to be the thing that's going to drive the future. You need to have public space, you need to have community space, you need to have public open space, and you need to have community facilities. There is a dearth of these things across the Central Coast. The administrators and other backward right-wing people in local government try to get rid of these things and think about the council as simply profiting off its residents through extreme rate rises. But we are meant to be here to serve the community. This building has been there for decades and hopefully will be there for decades to come, serving the community. But to our friends in the gallery and also in the elected body, I urge you to remain vigilant, because this is not going to be a simple issue, as too often we are confronted with tough ones. This is going to be something that's going to keep coming back. It's very important that people are on top of it and engaged in the process, because in my mind this committee has been a reasonably effective one so far. And this chamber is now forced to deal with this issue in the appropriate way because of the community activism. So please, to the community, continue to push us, prod us, tell us what you want us to do. We are, in theory, here to vote for what you want. So I would encourage all of the 15 to do so and to vote in line with the community consultation. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McGregor. Councillor Smith.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I'm not meaning to prolong this, but I did just want to tighten up the resolution if I could, because it's a little bit vague in places. Could I just ask the mover to consider force that it says applies for state heritage protection of the building, if that's okay. Councillor Castles, is that all right?
Councillor Smith, your buzzer's on.
No, that's okay. I obviously would be more than happy for state heritage protection. I need to, I guess, seek some guidance, perhaps through you, Mr. Mayor, to perhaps the CEO, in terms of the fact that if we apply for local heritage protection, does that preclude us also from applying for state heritage protection, or not?
No.
No,
And
I thought not.
Can I be really clear? To get something listed in the State Heritage Register is a very high bar.
Yeah.
And while a local heritage register might have 300 or 400 items, a local council like this might end up with 3 or 4 in the whole LGA. So it is a very, very high bar, and it's not something and normally it would be accompanied by some significant work for the council to make a decision like that would include more than something coming from the floor. It would be accompanied by a piece of work would go through, a formal heritage study. It's not inexpensive, and as I said, there's a very high bar to get a state heritage register.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Happy to make it applies for local and state heritage protection. Notwithstanding the CEO's comments, the committee could work through that. And just in terms of the committee, Part 5 doesn't really give the staff any direction about what happens next. So could I suggest that it's written as Part 6, that we continue with this committee with the addition of any other interested councillors. It might be the option. Happy to accept some alternate wording, but just as written, it doesn't give any direction to how to proceed. And happy with Part 8 as it currently stands because it does involve negotiation. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Are we?
Councillor Castle, are you okay with those?
Yes, that's fine.
Councillor McQuaid, are you? Yep. Councillor. Yep. The mover and the second are fine with them. Councillor Ian.
Oh, just through you, Mr. Mayor, question to the CEO. How much do you think the state heritage listing application would cost, and what are the chances of success?
Look, it's impossible to tell, and as I said, I think it's extraordinary for a council off the floor to make a decision like that. That would normally be done based on a heritage report. It's a bit like for those councils who used to determine DAs, determining a DA without looking at a staff report. This, it's a big step, and to be credible, you really need to have gone through that with a accredited heritage expert whose consultant's done a report through a formal process. Otherwise, it's just very poor process.
Thank you. So, Mr. Mayor, just speak briefly. I can't support the motion with that in it. I'm happy to support it if it goes back to local, but I can't support it with state in there.
Yeah.
Councillor Castles, can you put your buzzer off for a second?
So it was applies for local and investigate state heritage protection of the building.
Councillor Castles, you're all right with that? Change?
Yes, I think that's very suitable. I think it covers some of the concerns that have been raised. So thank you.
Any further discussion? No. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you very much. Next item on the agenda we bring forward is item 6.6, Notice of Motion, Reconstruction Authority responding to coastal erosion emergency. Do I have a motion, Councillor Eaton?
Yes, so moved, Mr. Mayor.
A seconder? We've got a seconder for the motion.
I was going to second it. All right.
Councillor Daniels. Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Eaton.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillors, as probably everyone here knows, in 1974, houses at Wombrel fell into the ocean. Fast forward a few years, In 2020, houses were at significant risk again, and this council spent over $1 million on temporary works. This year, houses were again at risk, and we've spent over $200,000 so far this year on temporary works, and those works were directed by Leocon in this instance. We have got houses and properties that are at risk, and we did today get circulated the advice from MHL, and I'll read a part of it. Advice to Council at this time is that only a terminal protective structure correctly designed in accordance with Council's engineering design requirements, consistent also with Council draft coastal management program, can provide an acceptable level of further risk reduction to dwellings while improving and sustaining public beach amenity and public safety. And I might just read that part again. While improving and sustaining public beach amenity and public safety. This is the recommended whole of bay solution. So that's the advice from our experts, Manly Hydraulics Laboratory. There is no temporary works that they now will recommend. So we can do nothing, as has been happening for the last 50 odd years, or we can tonight try and provide a solution. We are fortunate the state government has enacted Wombrel and North Entrance as areas under the control of the Reconstruction Authority. But bear in mind that declaration lasts for a year and we are 4 months in. So there's 8 months left before the window closes to take up the ability to do something under the Reconstruction Authority, Section 68. Yes, it's true to say that a DA has been lodged for a vertical seawall, but I would challenge anyone here and anyone in the gallery to say that they think that DA is going to get approved. We all know it's not going to get approved. So the choices are do nothing or try and progress a solution through the Reconstruction Authority. And that's what this motion is about. Just remember too, that in fact, what will happen if we get another emergency is that Leocon will come in again and direct this council to do temporary works which won't last, and in fact give you all of the same problems that partial walls do. So you'll still have the end effects that are the problem with partial walls. And this is most important, that work is a council's cost, that is, the ratepayer's cost. The work that's proposed under this solution, under this motion, will, apart from the design costs, be paid for by the affected property owners. Be paid for by the affected property owners. So instead of spending $1 million here, $500,000 there, every few years, we'll finally have a permanent solution, or at least a semi-permanent solution, knowing that nothing in a coastal process will ever be completely permanent, but it will be as good as we can get and will actually save the ratepayers money in the long run. Councillors, we have this opportunity tonight. I urge you to take it, to do it now, to do it tonight, and to give these poor people behind us who are living in an emotional roller coaster, waiting for when the next big surf rolls in and destroys their home. You can live with that. I'm not prepared to do it, to live with it any further. We've got to try and help them.
Thanks, Councillor Graham. Councillor Neil.
Sorry, Councillor Lamont's got a hand up.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Lamont. I'll come. Councillor Lamont. Councillor Lamont can hear me. I never saw your hand up, sorry.
Yeah, I can. You can go to Councillor Neal if you like. I can go after Councillor Neal. That's fine. If she has something to say.
Okay, I'll come back to you then, Councillor Lamont. Councillor Neal.
Yes. Sorry, I just need to get a bit closer. Yes, Mr. Mayor, I do have an amendment to move in relation to the motion that is before us. I have circulated to all councillors to ensure that people making the decision tonight have the proper capacity to be able to consider and make a decision in the best interest of the community. And I'll read them out though for the benefit of those who are in the viewing chamber upstairs. And these are two additional clauses. One, all debris and unauthorised works should be removed as part of the construction phase of the works. 2, directs the CEO as a priority to identify and include a long-term solution for Wombrel as part of the draft coastal management program. Any identified solution should go through an appropriate period of public consultation before being submitted to the Minister for the Environment for certification. I have had a long involvement with.
My second agrees. I'm happy to accept that in the interest of bipartisanship and consensus.
So Daniels, are you happy to accept that? Yeah.
I very much appreciate that, but I would like to speak briefly, notwithstanding, in order to make the community aware of my position. I have had a long engagement with Wombrel Beach. It's not just a strip of land. It's a living, breathing ecosystem, a community gathering point and a cornerstone of our local identity. And it is under threat, not from just the sea alone, but from any proposal that could change it forever by applying the wrong fix that destroys the beach. I know Wombrel has faced serious erosion challenges for decades, from at least the 70s and probably prior to that. I can recall in the early 70s as a baby councillor on Gosford City Council, where urgent works were undertaken to protect the beach and the properties along the beach. At the same time, the council made the decision to record on what was then called a 149 certificate. I believe it's now been updated, so that people who were purchasing that area were aware of the issues around erosion and how they might impact on their properties. And to some extent, I agree with Councillor Eden. We do need a solution. Where I digress from Councillor Eden is in embracing the short-term solution that he is putting forward. We do have an opportunity with the Reconstruction Authority and with the intervention of Janelle Saffin, the Minister responsible, to have short-term works undertaken. And that procedure has been pursued in North Entrance, and I'm advised and believe that arrangements have been made and that the private property owners have agreed, and shortly that work will commence, and I believe to the benefit of the community at large. The provision of the Reconstruction Authority does not allow a permanent solution, and that is where the initial motion without our additional matters would have failed, because Minister Saffin can only make orders for short-term fixes, and they are generally in the period of 6 to 8 months. Certainly not a provision that would allow a solution to this very long-term and entrenched proposition. The alternative solution to this problem that I'm embracing with these amendments, and I'm grateful and thankful to the bipartisanship of Councillor Eaton and Councillor Daniels that they are also embracing this solution, provides an opportunity to find a long-term solution through the Coastal Management Program that allows a situation that ensures that the beach is preserved. Because the difficulty with short-term provisions, as they may well have an adverse effect on the beach. And in the end, the beach does not just belong to the people who are lucky enough to have their houses built adjacent to it. It belongs to all the residents of Wombrel, and in fact all the residents of the Central Coast, and all probably the residents who go there from overseas and elsewhere that enjoy the beach. So I thank Councillor Eden for accepting our motion, but I feel that this is not, though it has improved the motion, does not completely deal with the issues of the challenges of the beach. So we will not be in a position to be able to support it, but I do believe that by accepting the amendments that we have proposed, that this is a much better motion and a better solution for both the residents along the beach and also the people who enjoy Wombrel Beach over many years.
Thanks, Councillor Neil. Can you put your buzzer off? Councillor Wright.
Thank
Councillor
you,
Lamont, I'll come to you. I'll come to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I do definitely. I mean, for some context on this, people will notice that there are some changes from the original motion that was circulated on Wednesday to what's there tonight. And this is a motion that I've been thinking about quite heavily. And on Sunday, I met with members of the WPA as well as members of SOS. And I did hear both of their concerns. And I think, you know, hearing from the homeowners, you could see the real passion. I know some of them are here today about the need to protect their own property. But the desire to do well by the community, I could certainly see that in those individuals. And then I did watch on at the SOS presentation, and I could see that the main concerns they had were around the Section 68 orders as well as community consultation. So I did work, as you call myself, the squeaky wheel before, with my fellow councillors to, you know, see how we can, you know, say to the community, our desire isn't to use the Section 68 to put rocks on the beach. It is to look at the long-term solution, as you can see in 1A, and then ensuring a level of community consultation as well. And, you know, I note Councillor Neil's comments about embracing these amendments and a solution. And, you know, we talk about the need to do well by everyone. I do find it disappointing that she's used the word we to say that we won't be supporting this motion. I would hope that all of the councils would be voting on this with their conscience, noticing it is a very sensitive issue to Councillor Eaton, to his credit, has opened up bipartisanship here, accepted. I actually don't know who the seconder is for this motion. Can I identify the seconder? No, the amendment? Okay, so, you know, I would encourage Councillor Neil to reconsider her position, noting that, you know, we've tried throughout this process, I've engaged with Councillor Neil and with Councillor Walsh on this to try and find some common ground. So I think it's important that these councillors acknowledge that, you know, we have accommodated what they've asked, and to ask for something and then in a speech say, actually, we were never going to do that. I find that quite poor form, and I would ask you to reconsider based on the needs of the community.
Councillor Lamont, we'll go to Councillor Smith. We'll just Councillor Lamont. I'll go to Councillor Lamont now. Councillor Lamont.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillors and community here in the gallery or watching at home, I'll start by saying this: enough is enough. These political stunt motions have to stop. They are not helping us best manage our beaches for our community. Instead, they have fueled division, hostility, and violence. What will this escalate to next? Someone must be held accountable for this train wreck. Over the past 5 years, millions have been spent by both council and the WPA, and yet there is nothing to show for it. Why? Because the path pursued was never about finding the right solution and the best management for our beach. It was about a political and poor administrative convenience that has now backfired, and the failure could not be clearer. We are here because homeowners at Wombrel were told, if you want protection, it must be built on your land and you must pay for it, making a vertical seawall the only option that could be taken. Council and the former Liberal government task force took any other option away from the homeowners and the community. Ironically, Council is now telling us to look at all options again. But the option taken was never going to work because the wider community expects the beach itself to be protected. A vertical seawall is coastal destruction, not protection. The law requires the beach to be protected, and you cannot build anything that harms the beach or passes harmful effects somewhere else. There are laws that prevent that from happening. The truth is, there's no silver bullet. To pretend that a single decision today will solve this once and for all is a fantasy. The evidence is already there. Real-world examples show that these so-called long-term solutions fail. The modelling does not work. Our only protections from these failures are planning, laws, and coastal management frameworks that are not in themselves completely perfect, but they are protections. The problem isn't simply erosion. Erosion is a natural event. It is what we have done and continue doing or not doing that makes erosion a problem. That's what we must manage, not just at Wamberal, but the whole Central Coast. So try to bypass planning laws and coastal management frameworks, which exist for good reason, by using a Section 68 tool, a tool meant only for temporary emergency measures in order to push through so-called permanent long-term solution is totally reckless. It doesn't solve the problem, it only adds to this Wamberal Beach train wreck. I'm tired of hearing that lives will be lost and homes will be collapsed into the sea. No one wants to see that happen. The fact is, houses did fall into the sea some 50 years ago, and none have fallen since. And people still choose to live and build on that same strip of sand. Saying that you're allowed to build there doesn't really pass the pub test when you knew the risks. But this is a bigger issue than just a blame game. Long-term management must be developed through the existing legal frameworks. There can be no shortcuts. Just think about the liability of this Section 68 stunt, though unlikely to be approved, will create for both council and the community. There are already 3 DAs under assessment, yet we are being asked to undermine that process for permanent works by creating a parallel pathway through a Section 68. The risks and liabilities identified in those DA assessments would not magically disappear just because we're going to sidestep the law. Misusing Section 68 will only expose council and the community to even greater risk. Have we learned nothing from the legal precedent in Eggers versus Gosford City Council, which was born at that very same beach? I'm astounded that anyone here thinks it's okay to increase risk and liability to the community with this stunt. We are meant to be the community's voice, and it is our duty to see that voice for the right reasons, to use that voice for the right reasons. We didn't have a voice in this chamber 4 years ago. Someone must be held accountable for this colossal failure, and I personally believe it's time for the council to step aside. This is about far more than ticking boxes, developing plans, or commissioning endless reports and rushing through CMP surveys that lead nowhere. I don't believe council can carry out this function any longer. This is also about acting in the true interests of the whole community and protecting the assets we are entrusted to safeguard, natural assets that make this LG prosper and bring us here. I dare you to all stop thinking about what flavour you are and do the only thing you should be doing, and that is voting for the 350,000 people that live in our breathtaking Central Coast. Vote this reckless shortcut down. That's the only decision you should be making.
Thanks, Councillor Mont. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's a premonition. So just some questions through you to the CEO, Mr. Mayor, if I may. Mr. Farmer, Councillor Eaton mentioned advice from Manly Hydraulics. I thought councillors had asked for a copy of that advice. Did we actually receive it?
I understand it's on the hub.
It's on the hub, okay. Are there other bits of information that councillors have requested also on the hub? When were they put on the hub and why weren't councillors advised?
Through the Mayor, the information was submitted into the hub mid to late afternoon. I believe there is a notification that is triggered through that, and apologies if that wasn't received.
Which afternoon, sorry? Today? Or?
This afternoon, correct.
Right, mid to late afternoon. Okay, thank you for that. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the CEO, one of the things that does not appear in this motion is the cost. And I know in our code of meeting practice it does say that motions need to identify cost, where cost is incurred, where that will come from. And I notice it says something about a public fund or some fund that will pay the costs. Can you just clarify if this were to proceed, how many lots are owned by council and what would council's cost be? Or what's the estimate of council's cost if this were to proceed for those lots?
Through the Mayor, the original notice of motion provided an indicative cost of the design. Now, the cost of implementation would depend on the final design, and that has not been provided. And of course, the scope of the design, depending on this final resolution, would of course influence what that design cost would be. With regards to the total cost to council, unfortunately, I'm not able to provide that information at this time, unless any of my colleagues are happy to take the question on notice.
Okay, so how many lots are there? Surely we know that. How many lots of council-owned land are there in question?
Through the Mayor, 3.
3. And do we have a range? I know we can't pinpoint the actual dollar figure, but is there a low ballpark and a high ballpark?
There was a historical cost of around $1.8 million when a vertical seawall was being considered.
Each lot or total?
When in total. Yep. When a vertical seawall was being considered, a revetment structure would generally be considered to be less expensive for the actual capital construction.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, just another question. I noticed the motion references some DAs. Which panel determines those DAs? Do we know? Through you to the CEO.
Through the Mayor, the Regional Planning Panel, in the CEO response in the business papers, the different DAs are listed and the approving authorities.
Okay. Do we have any councillors on the Regional Planning Panel?
The way the Regional Planning Panel works is a different group of people are impanelled for each matter. So the Regional Planning Panel, for example, is the Hunter Central Coast Planning Panel. And when, for example, they consider a Cessnock matter, there would be Cessnock people on the planning panel and the permanent members. In the case of the Regional Planning Panel, where council was involved or an applicant, there would be no councillors on the panel that sits on that particular matter.
Okay, so just for clarification, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Farmer, you're saying that when these matters have come to the Regional Planning Panel, no Central Coast councillors have been involved in determining?
No, I'm saying on any matters where council is an interested party, the council would not be represented on the panel. So for every panel, every time, and I've served on the Regional Planning Panel in another place, you actually create a fresh panel for the particular matter that is being considered.
Okay, so I'm not entirely sure that answers my question. Is it your understanding that when these matters have come to the Regional Planning Panel that no Central Coast councillors have been on the panel? Or you don't know the answer to that question?
I do not know the answer to that question, but I do know that well, the Regional Planning Panel is an arm of state government. It's managed by the state government. But I do know that any matter that involves council as an applicant or part of the application, that there are no councillors, and councillors have been excluded from that process.
Is there any opportunity to get clarification on that point, Mr. Mayor?
Councillor, so specifically on the Wambrel matter, the councillors that were on the Regional Planning Panel were set aside. They weren't on the panel that was considering Wambrel.
All right, thank you very much. That was much more straightforward. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Daniels.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I just reread the amendment, which is now point 10, and I'd like to partially remove my support for a section of it, just noting that it contradicts what is said in point 1A. So point 1A states that council does not see future temporary works being appropriate, and then in point 10 it says that it requests temporary works. So I would like to ask the mover if he would remove, I think it's the first sentence of point 10. Point 7. Like the temporary part. So yeah, if it could maybe just go straight to the design should be in accordance with the council's EDR and Coastal Management Framework. Does that make more sense? Happy for any other input, Councillor Eaton.
If I might also comment while we're looking at point 7, we've referred to the Special Projects Reserve. It's actually the specific word is strategic priorities restriction. It's the same thing, but it is. No, it is the councils, which you will no doubt take an opportunity to look at budget time.
Councillor Walsh, can you put your buzzer off for a minute to Councillor Eaton? Can you get... Okay, thank you. Councillor Castles and then Councillor Walsh.
I think actually the CEO may have actually, through you, Mr. Mayor, may have answered the question I was going to ask about the work is to be funded from available funds in the Special Project Reserve. I was keen to find out a little bit more about what this Special Project Reserve is, but I think you've explained now something different. But how much is actually expected to be funded from the Special Project Reserve, aka the strategic, whatever you said before, funds? That would be really helpful. And I guess in addition to that, what sort of money is sitting in this Special Project Reserve?
Through the Mayor, at this time, without having an exact scope of work, it is hard to determine the exact estimate of design cost. However, in the CEO response, the indicative figure is $150,000.
To answer the question about the amount of money currently in the restriction, I can't answer that for this exact point in time as we're still doing end of year processes, but I can tell you that at the end of May, there was 10.5 million in that restriction.
Councillor Stan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've just got a couple of questions. One is through you to the CEO. You mentioned about the cost, and you said that this concept is likely to be less expensive than the original 1.8 for the large wall. That large wall, council's involvement was only on a few plots of land. I believe the idea of this is to go across the whole of the beachfront. Does that cost that you're talking about as being cheaper change because it's not on 3 plots but rather across a number?
No, both concepts were what we call a whole of embayment approach, and I think it's accepted by all parties of the argument that you must do a whole of embayment approach. So the Wombrel DA or the 3 DAs cover the whole embayment, and this proposal would cover the whole embayment. So it's just the nature of the design of a vertical seawall will, from a capital perspective, be more expensive. There is an argument that, or our expert advice is it requires less sand nourishment, a vertical seawall, than a revetment for a range of reasons. However, from a capital perspective, per lineal metre, the construction of a revetment wall is considered to be less expensive than a vertical seawall.
Sorry, just to clarify, my question was not so much about the design and it being bay to bay in both instances. It was rather originally council was only funding a portion of that and now would be funding the entire thing.
No, the proposal is clearly as part of a reconstruction area in section 68 would be exactly the same way as North Entrance. Council would pay for those parcels of land that it fronts only, and the residents would pay for their portion of the land. A section 68, if this was to be implemented, and there's many steps if this resolution was successful, and clearly the minister would have to consent to it, and there would be a set of conditions, but we would anticipate it would be exactly the same as we've done at North Entrance, where we would need agreement from all parties to participate. And there would be binding deeds with all parties, and council would pay for its frontage and its frontage only.
but the design costs for the whole.
In this case, we're intending to do the design costs for the whole, given what has happened in the past, in the history, and in the interests of speed in this case. But it's $150,000. As Councillor Eaton said, another storm, and we could be spending $2 million doing emergency works under the instruction of the Leocon.
Okay, thank you. And just another question. One of the points further down, as you mentioned, you need to enter into deeds with the landowners. Given this is a very contentious issue between landowners as well as just the community in general, how does council propose to get traction that all landowners will agree to the same?
We're about creating a pathway for this to happen. The entrance north, which is a smaller number of landowners but haven't had a history of working together, after 4 months of work, we're very close to having an agreement with that group of people. It ultimately will be up to the landowners to all agree to participate. And if they don't participate, then that opportunity may not be available, and they'll have to seek another alternative. But this will give them a pathway to that if they all agree.
So what was that number of how many are currently on board out of?
I believe there's 72 properties in total. So.
And how many are aligned?
We haven't done any of this process with them yet. So at this stage, as was the case in North Entrance, we started with North Entrance with 1 or 2 who were desperate, and now is there 21, or what's the number?
Through the mayor, a smaller number than that. At the entrance north, as the CEO is explaining, at the beginning of the process, a number of properties, I think it was circa 6 properties, indicated that they probably weren't keen to participate. Through the exploration of the Reconstruction Authority Act and the pathway that may be available, and ongoing consultation, and not without its tense moments, parties consented to a design and for an authorisation request to be made. Upon receiving the authorisation, however, the authorisation is non-binding. So back to the owners, and it was important that they were provided the time to undertake the due diligence to consider if they would proceed and what amendments that they would like proposed, both to the design and to the clauses of the deed, which is what has just been finalised that the CEO has referenced. So it's not without a process, an extensive consultation and goodwill to find a solution to this long-standing problem.
Thank you.
Councillor Walsh, just letting you know, I'll finish, but the time for the debate is expired, and under Council's Code of Meeting Practice, I now invite the move, but just to let you know if you could quickly ask a question or what you're going to do.
Well, apologies, Mr. Mayor, but I can't. And I was going to suggest that we go to Councillor Lamont, who's had her hand up now for many speakers. So it's actually not my turn. It's not my turn. It's actually not my turn to speak.
Councillor Lamont, did you have a question? Because you've already spoke. Did you have a question?
I was just going to assist by answering Councillor Smith's question that yes, there's recently been a DA before the panel for coastal protection along Womberall, which did involve councillors from Central Coast Council.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Reaton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to move an amendment. I have circulated it earlier today to all councillors. If Civic Support could kindly bring that up, please.
We're going to need to have a motion to extend past 30 minutes because we're past 30 minutes. Councillor McGregor in, seconder. Councillor Wright. All those in favour? Everybody except for Councillor McNamara.
He wants to go home.
Yeah, he's tired, he's jet lagged. So, okay, Councillor Walsh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So many of the points that are actually in this suggested amendment or set of amendments have been discussed in some ways. I guess the main point that I want to make is that the motion as put by Councillor Eaton simply can't move forward under the state legislation that's referred to, and we have been advised of that. So I move this and ask for support that hopefully these are a set of amendments that could assist us, involve specific community consultation, and I'm just having trouble and need new glasses. And okay, and the Open Coast Coastal Management Program that did finish exhibition yesterday, it also allows for which is the appropriate framework through which the permanent protection work should be considered. So obviously we don't have the feedback or the assessment of the community input there. So so I'm looking what. Yeah. Okay. I am. I know. No, that's it. Oh, somebody's just enlarged.
Have you got
That's good.
you got a seconder?
Yeah. So.
Councillor McGregor.
You want to speak to that, Cole? Thanks.
Are you happy with that, Councillor Walsh? Councillor McGregor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillors, I urge you to support the resolution that's on the screen, which has been put forward by Councillor Walsh. There is a path forward here. We are at a fork in the roads, and we can either continue to keep doing the same thing, which is to keep going around and around in circles and throwing good money after bad, or we can start to move towards working with the state government to put the ball in their court for them to come to the table and for them to take the appropriate steps, which is what this amendment seeks to do. Councillors, there's a lot of different people in this room with different ideas about the way forward, yet not a single one of these 15 people who are at this table at the moment are going to be the ones who are going to finally decide this. We're not the consent authority. We do not have the powers to do it. This is something where it needs to go back to the state. We need to be able to send something off which the minister is going to find legal and acceptable. There is no point in us playing silly games and giving false promises to people and continuing to waste and burn public money on an issue through continuing to do things that do not work. It is time to take a different approach, and it is time to be serious about actually solving this problem, rather than having all these different people come up with different amendments and different ideas. The amendment that is in front of you today, if you vote for this, this will go to the state government and it will necessitate action. If you vote it down and you vote up the other one, you're going to get a letter back saying, no, sorry, didn't do what you needed to do. You know what you need to do. There is a way to do this. Do it properly. So, councillors, I would encourage you to vote for this amendment, as it is the way forward to getting some real action, rather than playing games and continuing to burn more public money on this issue. We're going around and around in circles with this one. It's time to actually put the ball in the court of the people who can make the decision. They are aware of the pressure. They're aware of the complexities of it. This is a matter for the state government now. We need to do everything we can to get it to a point where there can be some kind of resolution. And I'm not pretending that everyone's going to be happy with this, but the way forward is to vote for this amendment. In the event that you vote it down, you vote for the other one, you're just going to get another letter back saying, no, sorry, try again. You know what you're supposed to be doing. Just follow the process and do it the right way for a change.
Thanks, Councillor McGregor. The time for the debate has expired under Council's Code of Meeting Practice. I now invite the mover of the motion, which is Councillor Walsh, a maximum of 3 minutes, the right to reply.
Yeah.
Oh, this is
can we allowed to speak to the amendment?
The amendment. Amendment I'm talking about. So
Are we able to ask questions,
Councillor
Mr.
Eaton.
Mayor?
So write a reply on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate it. Can I first of all address the furphy that some councillors seem to be under, which is that allegedly you cannot have a permanent solution under the New South Wales Reconstruction Act. Well, Councillor Neal, if you stopped interrupting me, I'd try and give you some learnings. I realised that was being put, and I certainly myself read Section 68 of the Act this morning or today, and clearly there is no bar. And as councillors are aware, and I think in fact nearly everyone in the gallery is aware, this motion was actually largely crafted by Council's executive officer. And that's no secret, that was made plain to all. And are we really suggesting that Council's executive officer has put forward something that cannot be implemented? And I certainly discussed it with the CEO as well, and he also has the same view as would anyone who actually reads Section 68 of the Act. So that's a furphy. And if I can draw your attention, when the Reconstruction Authority has been active in other areas, particularly in the flood areas up in the Northern Rivers area, they've built things like schools. It's not a temporary school, let me tell you. It's a permanent school. So, I'll just finish by reading out again another part of the MHL advice. It is important to note that temporary emergency works are intended to mitigate risks to dwellings only, and not intended to mitigate risks to loss of yards or other landscaping structures. It is further noted that temporary emergency works of any kind do not provide adequate protection during moderate, major or more extreme events. I'll repeat that. Temporary emergency works of any kinds do not provide adequate protection during moderate, major or extreme events. Only a terminal protective structure correctly designed will provide an acceptable level of risk reduction.
Thank you. Okay, all those in Councillor Walsh's amendment, all those in favour of Councillor Walsh's amendment? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lamont. All those against? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Millen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid, Councillor Stanton, are you abstaining? So that's a vote against. Can we get the original motion back up just a moment? So that vote, the vote was Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lamont. For, against was Councillor Mullen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor McKenna, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid, and abstain was Councillor Stanton, which is against. So the amendment is lost. So on the motion of Councillor Eaton, all those in favour of the original motion? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mullen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. All those against? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Curley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lamont. And against? Oh, that was against. Yeah, it's lost. Yeah. So neither get up. Well done. Yeah.
We move to the
No resolve.
no result.
No resolve. Nil all. A boring 90 minutes. Hopefully there's no extra time. Yes, you can. We could have 5 minutes adjourn if the gallery want to leave and go home. We're going to bring 5.1 Shark Management Programme 2025-26 trial removal of the nets at One Beach. We'll
Mr.
bring
Mayor, I
that
have a
forward.
motion for that one.
We've had Councillor McGregor and second by Councillor Moreland. All those in favour to bring it forward? Okay. Councillor Neil, please. Thank you. Unanimous. Thank you. Councillor Lamont, thank you. Shark Management Programme 2025-26 trial removal of nets.
Mr. Mayor, I have an alternate motion. If I could ask the staff to put that up, please. Are we good?
Have we got?
Has it been lost? No? There it is, Mr. Mayor. If I could just, I will ask for a seconder and then talk to it, but essentially it really does call on the state government to remove all nets from our beaches, but it does accept that if the only option is the invitation to participate, that we do so. But it does establish the position for council to call on the state government to remove the nets, the shark nets. So if I have a seconder.
Councillor Wright, seconder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't feel that I need to speak to this very strongly. I think there is general consensus amongst the councillors and certainly amongst the community that shark nets are not an effective strategy to reduce the injury of sharks or any injuries that arise from sharks. And look, it's very clear, and as a diver and knowing divers, we come back to Terrigal Haven and we stop and look at the shark net, and it is a very small piece of netting in the scheme of the beach. And often when we do look at that net, it's got bycatch in it. It doesn't have sharks, it has bycatch. So it is well overdue to move forward with the technology that is available. As I said to the Speaker, I don't understand why the state government isn't taking that step now, why they are spending time and money on a trial when all the scientific evidence suggests that the shark nets are not an effective strategy and we have alternates. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Smith. Councillor McGregor.
Oops.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I'll rise to support the amendment. I was going to move the original staff recommendation, but seeing as it's an intent rather than an actuality, just calling on the New South Wales government to remove shark nets, then happy to support it. Councillors, I'll share with you that there is one commonality between myself and Donald J. Trump, and that is that we are both enthusiasts in learning about sharks. I've always been a big shark person. Do look forward to Shark Week. That is one tiny similarity between myself and our Commander-in-Chief. But rather than being flippant, I would say that this is actually a positive move. It's one that's far overdue. A lot of the ideas of the 1930s, like fascism, have been rejected at some point, but for some reason they keep coming back. So I'd like to see us on the forefront of rejecting some of these more retrograde, certainly very dangerous decisions, because it's not the sharks that are the only ones missing out. It's the turtles and it's all the other endangered animals and species which are severely depleted by it. And it's a false proposition that this tiny little net is actually going to solve the problem. It's just about making a few people who live in fear being a little bit better. I mean, it is the 50th anniversary of Jaws coming out, so I can see why people are, experiencing some trepidation around the water coming into the summer period. But we do have new technologies that are far better at managing these things, and we do, as an ethos and as an ideology, I believe, as a society, need to move more towards working with nature rather than against, or trying to use that old Victorian notion of dominating it and destroying it and going out there and game hunting and going on safari, as some people like to do in their spare time. So, councillors, I'm pleased that again we've reached consensus on this matter, and that there is broad cross-party political, across the political spectrum support for it. I look forward to the trial to the trial going ahead. I hope it's successful, and I hope that this can be a move towards a more humane, more scientific, more effective way of managing our beaches. And let's be realistic, councillors, our beaches are basically our best asset. Unless you're going west of the M1 and having a look at some of the wonderful things out there, our people and our beaches are our two best things here on the Central Coast. So we've got to do whatever we can to protect, preserve and make them safe. We are temporary custodians. This is a great move and I encourage everyone to vote for it. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McGregor. Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I know I did intend to move the motion, but that is on me for trying to sort out the last matter before getting into the chamber. So I do apologise, but I do thank Councillor Smith for putting forward these amendments. And I think, you know, all of us share a view that there are better ways to manage sharks in our waters. I agree with Councillor McGregor that they are certainly our best asset. We've got 15 beaches that are patrolled on the Central Coast, 11 of which have shark nets. And I think over time we'll certainly move towards a position where we are using more modern technologies across all of those beaches. I know our state government counterparts have been very supportive of that as well, and looking at technology like drones, smart drum lines and listening stations as well. These are certainly more modern ways of dealing with things. I think we heard from the speakers in the public forum that said we've had shark nets since 1937. It's certainly an archaic way of doing things. And I'm glad that all councillors can agree and get some consensus on this. I know that council's formal adopted position as well is to have the nets out across all beaches, and I do actually quite like Councillor Smith's amendment in calling for that to be the case across our beaches, because while the trial is good, I think we need to make sure that you know, we are looking at that broader term vision as well. I did have some amendments which I've circulated with the staff, if they could just pull those up on the screen. I do believe we may be able to incorporate some of those items, given that Councillor Smith has moved some amendments as well. If you could please bring those on the screen. So really, I probably would actually like to keep both of those in place. And I say this as, you know, a Gosford East Ward councillor whose ward takes in probably the most beaches. I would have to think, you know, Terrigal, Avoca, North Avoca, Copacabana, McMaster's Beach, Kilcare, all very popular beaches. And the feedback I've had from local residents is quite positive, that they are open to these solutions. But the one thing that we do want to ensure, particularly as we head into the beach season, is that people are safe and feel safe in the water. I do believe that's quite important. It is that mental aspect as well. And, you know, I imagine we're really going to want to look at the state government utilising a range of these technologies, not just one for the beach that's removed, but one that can actually use a holistic approach with multiple mechanisms to help that in. So if I have a seconder, I will. Okay, perfect. So thank you, councillors. It's good to see that we can all get around this, and look forward to seeing the trial in place and seeing which beach that the DPI asks for. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Wright. Thanks, Councillor Smith. Councillor McGregor.
Just a quick question, not trying to stick in the mud, but where it says ensures that new technologies are made available and fully operational, would that be council ensuring that, or DPI? I'm just not sure who would have the responsibility for that.
DPI manage all those assets at the moment. A combination of DPI and the state government also funds drones, but the listening stations and the smart drum lines are funded by the New South Wales government as well.
So if it's a New South Wales government initiative, can we ensure that, or can we request that? Would that be, how would that be phrased? Because I'm not sure we can ensure the New South Wales government does anything despite our best intentions. Yeah.
Councillor McGregor, speaker.
What I would say to that is, when I say fully operational as well, it's also the provision for our surf lifesavers to make sure that they're fully comfortable and across this equipment. I know the surf lifesavers at Avoca Beach, for example, use a drone, but if it's a beach that doesn't currently have access to a drone, it's not just a matter of making it there. It's a matter of making sure that you can actually use it. Because obviously we have paid lifeguards during the week, but on the weekends you've also got the clubbies who, you know, are filling in and doing that work on the Saturday and Sunday. So it's important to make sure that they're all comfortable using the equipment across all the shifts. You know, it's tried, it's tested, and everyone's comfortable. Look, I think in terms of ensure, the state government would ultimately have to say in that, but I think council's got to provide a green light to the state government to say, yes, we're operational, we're up and active, because the shark nets will go in realistically at the start of October. So it's only really a month and a half away to pick a beach, to make sure it has all the technology, to make sure everyone's up to speed, so every person on every shift is comfortable, knowing what these technologies are doing in the water, knowing how to interact with, beachgoers who might come up to them and say what's happening, and knowing if they have any requirements to report back to the DPI or anything like that.
No further discussion. All those in favour? So we're not all in favour. Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mullen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Eaton. Oh, you put your hand up. You never had your hand up, no, look, so it's unanimous. I thought you were abstaining again. Councillor Eaton?
Yes.
2.1.
2.1, I've given Civic Support a motion to defer this to the next available Environment and Planning Committee meeting for 2.1.
Can I have the seconder? Councillor Mullen.
Councillor, it wouldn't be a problem deferring it if you want to consider it in more detail.
So, no discussion. All those in favour? So, Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mullen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Smith, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid, Councillor Lamont. Against? Oh, Councillor Neal's abstained. Thank you. Moving on. 3.1. Next item is 3.1 monthly investment report. Councillor Wright.
Mr. Mayor, given that a lot of the investment report and the financial year results are related, I'd be happy to move those together if the council has wished. Perfect.
So 4.1, 4.2?
Sorry, that'd be 3.1, 3.2.
All right.
So obviously this is actually our first end of financial year post-administration. I think that's, we've posted quite a good result, and I think that's a real testament, firstly, to the staff, for showing the fiscal discipline, but also just, improved ways of how the organisation is clearly working. I think that's, again, a testament to the team. I know Director Rakamallara and her team do a fantastic job, so happy to call that out. In terms of the investment report, one thing I'm particularly interested in as well is through the Governance and Finance Committee, we are preparing an overarching investment strategy. I think I was a massive advocate for that on my very first day of council, sitting in here on a Saturday morning, and it's great to see that's coming to life. And one thing I would encourage all the councils and the community to look at within that report, which is coming through now, is actually just the sort of outlook, the macro understanding of our investments. We used to talk a lot about, are we in too much triple B credit? Are we in too much this, too much that? It's actually really now articulating already some of that information, some of the reasoning, and also some of the macro pressures that the council will face. As I've always said, as a council who is reliant on a fixed rate notes and floating rate notes, it's very hard to generate yield for the council, and as interest rates continue to fall, that's going to become increasingly more difficult. So just being able to map out some of that information really paints a good picture of where we're at and where we're heading. So just thought that was worthwhile noting, and would encourage everyone to give that a read.
Thank you. Have we got a seconder for that motion? Oh, thanks, Councillor Neil. Councillor Neil.
It is very good to see that we are in a financially stable position. Well, I have observed that even though our original budgeted surplus was only 10, that we have been upgrading each quarter, which means that our actual result appears to be not as good as it would have been if we hadn't changed the goalposts as we went through. But I do give credit for the differentiation between the original 10 and 39, particularly bearing in mind that the loss of $10 million from FAGs, bearing in mind the changes in the payment dates and the financial year in which they are received. I do also note that we have substantial monies invested in cash, bonds and term deposits of really in excess of what our whole year's income is, that $816 million, and that's certainly worth noting. We obviously do draw on those reserves for payments, and we have done in the last month or so, but it still puts us in a position where we have a large, comfortable buffer between what we need for our day-to-day activities and what we hold in investment reserves. So I do congratulate the finance team, in particular the director, and I'm looking forward to seeing the finalisation of the audit.
Thanks, Councillor Neil. Councillor Rain.
Yes, just a question. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to the CEO. I note that Council's total cash and investments reduced by $56.3 million during July due to cash flow being low. And I think I understand part of that in that we don't generally get any rate income in July, but it still seemed like quite a significant change. Is there any other issues?
There's really two big drivers for a big spend in July. We normally have an accelerated capital program in June as we work to deliver our capital program, so you start to pay your suppliers and we fall off. If you have a look at our cash holdings, they fall off in the non-rateable months and then they bounce up when you receive your quarterly rate instalment.
Thank you.
No more discussion. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. That's for 3.1 and 3.2 both together. Next item agenda is 4.2 Infrastructure and Assets Committee Minutes and Recommendations, August 2025. Councillor Stanton, as the Chair of the Infrastructure and Assets Committee, would you like to introduce this item?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to move the staff recommendation, which is just receiving and noting the minutes of the meeting. I think we had a very productive meeting and all the items were moved unanimously.
Seconder, Councillor Neil, thank you. Any other? No. Any discussion? Thank you. All those in favour? All those in favour? Yep. Unanimous. Thank you. Next item, 4.3, Governance and Finance Committee Minutes and Recommendations, August 2025. Councillor Wright, as the Chair of the Infrastructure and Asset Committee, would you like to introduce this item?
Mr. Mayor, I would love to, thank you. So, I knew Councillor Walsh would love that one. So, I will move the block motion. However, I do have one thing to take out, and that would be, I know that Councillor Lamont wishes to ask a couple of questions about item 16/25. So, happy to move the block motion as listed on the screen, and then oh, sorry. I think it's this. Is this the right one? I think it's the second one we want with noting that we are going to take out the. Or we're going to do. We can deal with them too, actually. So, can we start with? Is that the right one? Is that to say that we're going to deal with 16/25 separately? Yeah. Okay. I thought we already had that though.
So I will move. Sorry, I will move that top section then, as one motion, and then I can move the second. So if I have a seconder for that.
Seconder for the Councillor Stanton.
If he's not going to talk to it, then put it to the vote.
Put it. All those in favour?
The what?
Thank you.
Can't be like.
All those in favour? Hands. Yep. Unanimous. Thank you.
Perfect. And then I will move the second part of that, noting that Councillor Lamont wished to ask a few questions.
Yep. Councillor Lamont, would you like to ask the questions?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Wright for pulling this item out. I have concern with item 1.9 in the Government Finance Committee minutes, which is the GFC 1625 in tonight's business papers. There is a recommendation that states that Council approves the provision of a report to the November G&F Committee, which estimates as to the approximate costs of local government cost shifting on the Central Coast Council, and that the findings are to be broken down by the overall cost to council and the average cost it equates to per ratepayer. The recommendation asks for a report, but it doesn't clearly state the purpose. What are we actually trying to achieve with this report? I think that should be made clear as part of the resolution. Also, to avoid the perception that it is politically motivated, I suggest that we include figures covering the last 5 to 10 years so we can do a proper analysis of the trends and impacts if we are trying to communicate this to the community. Through you, Mr. Mayor, can we find out from the chair of the G&F committee, what is the purpose of these reports? What is it that the chair actually expects to do with the findings of the report? And is the chair prepared to note the purpose in the resolution? And can we also ask the chair that the report should cover a period of 5 to 10 years instead of just the one?
Sure. Happy to, if you'd like to put some wording together, or I can put some wording together around going back 5 or 10 years, more than happy with that. In terms of where the motion originated, all councillors in New South Wales were provided information by the Office of Local Government, looking at some of the cost shifting impacts on local government from the state government, and it found that on average there is about $500 per ratepayer of cost being shifted from the state government onto local council. My purpose of that is really just to unpack that a bit more and also see what the cost is for Central Coast Council. We are obviously quite a unique council. You know, we are I think we're the third largest LGA, but we've also got a lot of infrastructure with a lot of costs and a lot of services as well. So I'm just really keen to unpack that and see what the story is there, and then accordingly we can deal with that information as we review it. There might be some things we want to write to the state government about. There might be some one of the things that we want to launch processes around. It's really a matter for the council once we get that information.
Okay, so I was just wondering if we could make that clear in your resolution, a clearer purpose for it, like what you sort of actually expect to do with the report when it is actually when it comes back to you.
Not giving up my spot now.
Mr. Castles, could you?
Thanks. Thank you, and I know what it's like to lose the spot in the line, so I do empathise. But happy to do that. So maybe as a point 3, we could say, for point 1, can we add then notes the findings of the Local Government New South Wales Cost Shifting Report for the past 5 years?
We may struggle because we've changed the chart of accounts. About 3 years might be as far as we could comfortably get back. There's a lot. I do want to say that cost shifting has been going on
I'm aware.
for 30 years, at least, or the 40 years I've been sort of in this business. So it's not going to change. And both governments of both persuasions do their best to give other people, to do their dirty work for them or pay for that stuff. So there's not going to be a lot of change, I think. But yes, we can give you reasonably accurate figures for 3 years.
Perfect. And I should note that the original point 1 was based on information provided by the Office of Local Government, but nonetheless happy to move that to 3 years. And then maybe as a point 3, approves the provision of reports. And then maybe at the end of point 2, when this item is reviewed, when this item is reviewed, councillors will review the relevant information and discuss a course of action appropriately based on the findings. Sure, happy to move that. So we take out, so move the last paragraph that we just added from when down to point 3, and then just say note this item, note when this item is reviewed by councillors, they will review the relevant information. Perfect.
Thank you, Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If there isn't a seconder, I'm happy to second that part. I did just want to, I am on that committee and I support this motion. I did just note when I was reading it, from the discussion at the committee, I did think part 2 was meant to almost identify what is contributing to the cost shifting, not just give an overall amount. And just to be clear, in the discussion at the committee, that my recollection is that the annual reports include a figure, an estimate of cost shifting, and it doesn't break down where that figure comes from. My recollection and understanding is that it can be made up of things like the emergency services levy, which is regarded as a level of cost shifting, and other things. And I think it would just be good to identify those particular things that are perceived as being contributors to the cost shifting. And just before you jump in, Mr. CEO, which you look as if you're going to, I would just note in response to Councillor Mont's comments that I think it is important that councils know this and do push back when appropriate on it. We know that councils or local government as a sector is not in a good financial position overall, and that we do need to look for how we make local government and local councils sustainable, and I think it's important to have a handle on this. Thank you.
Just to provide some background, there is a bit of a standard template / calculation model that LG New South Wales use, so we could utilise their model. And cost shifting has many forms. You know, when libraries were introduced, they were 100% funded by the New South Wales government, and now we get a library grant that might be well less than 10% of the cost of running libraries. And then you get government policy pieces that have unforeseen implications, like the waste levy, which significantly increased waste disposal charges, which has led to a significant increase in illegal dumping, which council then has to pick up. So they're the sorts of things. Some of them are deliberately not paying for things, and sometimes they're policy pieces that we have to pick up the pieces on.
Councillor McGregor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I'd like to suggest an amendment, and hopefully it's amenable to the mover and seconder. It's not a major amendment, it can be an addendum. It's probably more appropriate as a point 3 rather than a point 4. But within 4 ordinary meetings of the Governance and Finance Committee, that a report be presented. So within 4 ordinary meetings, that a report be presented covering the total cost of cost shifting from the period 13-14 so the period of 2013-14 to 2023-24, and it include a comparison between the state average and the impact on the Central Coast. So if you accept it, I can speak to your motion. If you don't accept it, then I'll speak to why it's important.
Councillor Castles.
Just noting that the committee only meets quarterly. Are you happy to wait a year for that? Or if you want to change it to 2 or something, I'm happy with that.
It can be 2. Two's better.
As I said previously, we can do it, but it'll start to become very, very expensive because you've actually got to get back into the old Gosford, the old Wyong systems that are not functional anymore. So that's what I said. 3 years, we've got the same chart of accounts, and we can get that data quite easily. When we head further back, we can do it, but there'll be a significant investment, and that comes at a cost of other things perhaps the community might want.
I'm happy to speak to it. Good thing we've got things like ChatGPT that can do this stuff in a couple of minutes. Look, local government New South Wales has been reporting on this for a long time. It shouldn't really be that difficult to work out the state average and to get those sort of broader macro figures in terms of the work to go back into the old Gosford and Wyong system for those first couple of financial years. Fair enough, and that's why I initially said the 4 meetings, but I'm happy to try and be aspirational to get it to 2. So clearly the really difficult stuff is that period. I'm pleased that the accounting methods changed over the last couple of years. That's been a significantly positive thing for this council, but we really want to get the data and we want to get it longitudinally. We want to look at the long-term side of things, or at least I do, and I believe that a fuller picture would be served by that. So happy to wait for the report, but I would like to see it come to the committee and then come to full council.
Councillor Smith.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, just clarification. Is there a reason that we're not making that to 24-25 in that last bit?
Just to keep it consistent with the year at the top of it. So it was going 10 years back from the 2023-24 report that was mentioned by LGNSW.
I guess it will be included anyway. And I just wanted to fix up point 2. I didn't kind of get the actual wording in there, that it says the findings to be broken down by the overall cost to council, comma, the allocation to, or the areas of allocation maybe, and average cost it equates to. Is that okay, Councillor Wright, if you know what I was talking about?
Yep. So, all good. Councillor Wright, all right. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. Next item, agenda, Environment and Planning Committee minutes and recommendations, August 2025. Deputy Mayor Eaton, as the chair of the Environment and Planning Committee, would you like to introduce this item?
Yeah, I'll move the block motion, Mr. Mayor.
Can I have a second? Councillor Moreland. Yeah. Councillor Wright.
Oh, I don't think I need to speak.
Nothing to say.
No.
Oh, Councillor Wright, put your buzzer.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
Yeah. Councillor Smith.
So sorry, if I could just say, I think the Councillor Eaton's moving the whole lot. Is that correct? Okay. Could I move the motion with the exception of just go back up. Sorry. I think the pole burning policy. I thought Councillor Corinne had requested that be pulled out, and I'd also like to pull out EPC 50/25, which is the development application submission policy, please. If I have a seconder for that.
You're moving an amendment. You can't just take that out. I've moved it. It's been seconded. You've got to move an amendment.
I did just.
Can I just speak
I
up?
thought I just moved an amendment. I stated that, Mr. Mayor. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Well,
Have
I
you got a
said
seconder?
move the block with the exception of, and I identified the two items and that those two items be considered separately. How about that? I have got a seconder, I think.
Is this Councillor McGregor?
And Mr. Mayor, could I just note, and I'm happy to get clarification from the CEO, but if there is opposition to any of those items, they need to be called out. Is that not the case? Is code of meeting practice?
no, no. This is the process. Unless it's pulled out by the mover, the process now is to debate to pull it out, or to move the minutes with an alternative motion within that EPC.
Okay, and is that what I've just done?
Pardon?
Is that what I've just done?
You've just done that. So
Okay,
now
that's a
you are.
very inefficient process, but anyway, that'll come up later, I'm sure.
Can I just ask
Councillor
a
Lamont?
question, please?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Councillor.
So I was, unlike the other councillors, were sent an email by Councillor Eaton asking us if we'd like to pull anything out from the EP&C minutes, to which I replied, yes, I would. Why wasn't it pulled out to start off with?
Happy to answer that, because the agreed procedure was two councillors, and yes, Councillor Lamont, you sent it to everyone and nobody picked up on it.
No, who agreed on the
agreed.
procedure? Who actually agreed on the procedure?
That's not right.
Councillor Castles, can you just...
To work through it. Let's not debate process. You got a motion?
Yeah, you've got a motion and amendment. Let's move on.
Speak to that amendment then, Mr. Mayor. That is a ridiculous assertion from Councillor Eaton. And just to be clear, I clarified that with the CEO, that request for two councillors to identify a matter to be called out is a courtesy. It's not in keeping with the code of meeting practice. And this is one of the absolute failings of process on these standing committees. That was something that some councillors had a meeting to discuss that was not open to all councillors, and it was certainly not an agreed process. And I have nothing more to say.
Councillor Castles.
Yes, just quickly, I also would like to just say that I have had confirmation myself that, and this is going back a few months ago, in terms of how many councillors needed to say that they would like something removed from the block motion, and I was given the information through you, Mr. Mayor, by our CEO, that advised me that that was actually completely legitimate, to actually only ask one councillor for one, it only to be one councillor, and so, to be honest, again, it's sort of, it's important to be aware that this was a guideline. It was not actually something set in the code of meeting practice, and I'll just leave that there. Thank you.
Councillor McGregor.
Just a question. So with item, where is it now? The code of meeting practice one. Yeah, 5.3, we waved through that one there. Did that contain a change to the code of meeting practice to reflect this said procedure of two people having to pull something up?
There is no change in the meeting practice. Councillor Eaton has moved a motion. Which is the minutes in full. Councillor Smith has wanted to pull out two items. Normally, by consensus, there's an agreement to pull them out, but we haven't had that this time. So this should be handled quite quickly. We should put the amendment to the vote. If the amendment gets up, we then debate the two items separately. If the amendment doesn't get up, then the matter gets moved in totality. This is just normal meeting practice. how we
So
handle
if
this.
the document hasn't been amended, what's the point of having a code of meeting practice if it doesn't get followed?
No, where in the code of meeting practice does it say that Councillor Eaton has moved a motion, which are the minutes in full, and so
The question was around this procedure which has arisen with two people having to identify something to pull it up. It may be a convention that some seek, but it is absent from the code of meeting practice. The code of meeting practice is what governs how we are supposed to conduct ourselves, is it not?
But that's not the procedure. Councillor Eaton has moved a substantive motion. That substantive motion is before the chair. Councillor Smith has moved an amendment, and council should deal with the amendment, and then proceed to deal with the matter as per the code of meeting practice.
Absolutely. So that would mean that you agree with me then, because that would be the correct procedure with the code of meeting practice. That's what we should be doing, not having two people identified to the chair of one of these standing committees to have it debated. How gracious of you.
Sorry,
Councillor
Councillor
Castles.
Castles.
Can
Do you just want to say that again? Okay.
Right.
So now do we move? Can we just be clear? We move the EAP committee with the exception of EPC 4725 and EPC 50 and 25. Is that correct?
Yeah.
All right. So we're going to move in a seconder?
Yep. Is that for Councillor Smith and Councillor Smith and second by Councillor McGregor? All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. Yeah. And now we go to the EP 745. Mover and second is Councillor Eaton and Councillor Milland. Any discussion? Councillor Smith?
Yep.
Okay, Councillor Lamont, did...
Let Councillor Smith go first, if you like.
Okay.
I was going to allow Councillor Lamont, but I do have a question through you to the CEO. The speaker on this item raised a number of concerns, certainly around council's response to complaints about pile burning, and so I'm just wondering if we can get some commentary from the staff on that. But the second point was he also mentioned, and I think it was a website process of landowners. There's a code of self-verifying that they have complied with the code or are complying with the code. I think he indicated one council had it as a compulsory process and another council had it as an optional. I think the optional council was Cessnock. I can't remember the other one. I thought it was Hawkesbury or somewhere in that vicinity. So can I just get any comments that there might be? And sorry to throw it out of the blue to the staff, but I'd be interested if there's any knowledge of those two things, those two matters. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Through Mr. Mayor, on compliance, we follow up the compliance complaints. Generally with the pile burnings, it's often on the weekends, so we're often then inspecting it the next week. So we're often advising owners to comply, but we're not often out there on the weekends with the environmental health staff. There has been follow up in this area. There's also wood smoke from other sources other than pile burning, so there's a range of different sort of air pollutants. So there is compliance that occurs. So just on that issue, there's also been we've had to seen the feedback from this resident. We're proposing to put this on exhibition as a draft and get all the feedback. We think this resident's raised some really valid issues, and particularly issues around the hours of burning. So the big change with the policy this time is to introduce an allowable hours of burning between 7 a.m. and 10 p.m. That's flexible. I mean, there could be a case that when we come back off exhibition, we could be looking at restricting those hours further. It could be more like 8 till 5. So there are a number of things we can do that could look at how we address particularly burning issues of smoke at night, particularly. So there's a number of those we could answer. We haven't. I'm not aware of the Hawkesbury system, but it's definitely something we could look at during exhibition and come back to council with when we come back for the review of submissions and give you some more information about that system as well.
Okay, just a follow-up question. I will be quick, Mr. Mayor. In terms of the issue about the pole burning on the weekend, is there any, is it the sole responsibility of council staff to respond to that, or is there any process of referral to RFS? And I'm aware that historically RFS was involved in, when it required some kind of permit, was responsible for issuing those permits. Is there no communication or relationship with RFS about that?
Yeah, so rangers can look at it. So largely, what happens on the weekend is the rangers go deal with it. And if there's an issue on safety about the burning, we refer it to the RFS. So when it becomes an issue of sort of bushfire safety, that type of element, we do refer it to RFS and they deal with it. Yeah.
Any other discussion?
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm here.
All right, Councillor Lamont.
Thank you. Everyone heard what Mr. Harvey had to say tonight, and I think he's raised some serious health issues that he's been experienced, and I don't think he's the only one. He's approached council back in 23 to get his thoughts on the policy noted, but that never happened. And now we're going to draft without any community input. It's all right to say, well, it's going on draft and, we'll look at what comes back then. But I just don't understand why we haven't worked closely with individuals before then. Like, we've set a time from, I think it's 7 till 10, I think. I can't even remember. But I'm just wondering how that was even put together. Like, is it just something that, how did council come up with those times? Especially as there has been no community consultation on that. I think that he's the health risks. Mr. Harvey has definitely gathered data that I think is quite serious and shows it has to be something done regarding the policy. And obviously it depends on where you are. I arranged a meeting for Councillor Castles and Councillor Stanton to actually meet Mr. Marcus on the weekend, and I think Foundendale is one of those areas where you do have that temperature inversion, which makes smoke sit where it is in the evening. And I think most of us can imagine how horrible that would be when you're going to sleep and you're just breathing in smoke. I mean, he's had to take measures to deal with that, but other people don't, and I think we shouldn't allow those sorts of health issues. The amendments I've worked with Mr. Harvey with, and I think they're reasonable. I don't think they're to put out before we actually go to exhibition, and I just really like the councillors to consider these amendments before the policy does go out to exhibition. As I said, here's someone that has wanted to engage with council throughout to actually make this policy better before it goes out. And yeah, I just hope all councillors, and it'd be nice to hear.
We don't have the amendments on the screen.
Oh, okay, I did give them to council, to Civic Supporter earlier in the day.
I'm just checking.
Okay, thank you. There's an option or, obviously, rather than having a blanket, I can't see them either. I'm sorry. So rather than having 8 till, so rather than having it 7 a.m. and 10 p.m. everywhere, if it can be brought back to areas like Bownendale, where it is actually a serious problem. So that's the or if the burning must be undertaken between the hours of 8 and 5 p.m. Won't be adopted by the councillors. There is an alternative that I think should be considered. The first one is basically a statement that is taken out of, I think, Hawkesbury's policy, and I think it aligns better to what we should be doing here, and is reflective of the education aspect of open pile burning as well, what we should be teaching the community as well. So I just hope people do seriously consider putting these amendments in before it does go out on exhibition. And if Councillor Stanton or Councillor Castles would like to speak on the motion or the policy and their visit with Mr. Harvey, that would probably help.
Yeah, Councillor McNamara.
So I live in a valley where there's lots of pile burning, mainly during the winter. The issue of the timing and putting it in a draft policy to go out is that most of the smoke in winter, when pile burning happens, is actually from in-house wood fires. And I've talked to some of my neighbours about that, and there certainly was no pile burning happening. It happens most winters, and it's the in-house wood fires. It's not pile burning. So I would like to see the pile burning draft as is go out, and the Speaker provide his input into the community consultation, and then that forms part of the pile burning policy that would come back to us. Just thinking that people are up at 10 o'clock at night pile burning it doesn't happen in the valleys that I'm in. So I would be saying no to adding anything into the draft policy at this stage and recommending to the Speaker that he provides the input during the community consultation.
Councillor Castles.
Yes, just speaking, I suppose, for the amendment here, but having visited Mr. Harvey and seeing the situation there, I can sort of certainly understand where he's coming from, and certainly could see through various videos, etc., that it was very obvious that the smoke just basically, and we're not talking, and I take what your point, Councillor McNamara, about wood burning inside fires, if you like, but it was sort of clear from the photos that we saw that this simply wasn't an inside fire. This was actually some huge pile of smouldering, sort of timber, etc. One of the things I think that's worth taking into account, and there is that health issue that we're obviously concerned about, and I know that is covered to some extent in the draft that will go out, but I think as time's gone by, it has become more obvious that things like severe smoke, pollution, etc., actually does have a very detrimental effect on human health, and probably animal health as well, for all I know. So I think, again, it's one of those things where people can go and do it for years and years and everybody thinks it's fine, and then the next thing you find, you've got sort of pockets of people with various illnesses, etc., in particular areas related, as long as the scientific studies are done, obviously, so you can got some evidence there, but potentially related to these kind of pile burning issues. Bearing in mind that I understand that it's a legitimate thing to do, however, there may be a little bit more education that could go on, a little bit more information about what some of the alternatives are, and those sorts of things. So I'll just leave that there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Daniels.
Just sort of further on from what Margaret was saying, I'm not part of the Environment Committee. I haven't been a part of any briefings. I'm not across the level of detail that's before me. I just don't feel like I have enough information or education on the matter to be able to vote on something that's so specific. So personally, I think it probably should go out to community consultation, perhaps come back to us all with more information so that we're able to know exactly what we're voting on and be a bit more educated on the matter beforehand.
Thanks, Councillor Daniels. Councillor Milne.
Oh, look, as a segue, I'm really concerned that we've been discussing this. We've had a draft strategy prepared by professional staff. It went through a committee. We've had feedback from one member of the community, and I've got to say, a very compelling story. I really felt for Mr. Harvey when he was talking about the impact to his family. But it's one member of the community and one councillor's recommendation at this stage. This is what the public exhibition process is all about. We go out there and seeking the thoughts of 365,000 people. I think it's unwise to preempt what the greater community may come back and tell council. So my recommendation is accept what the director's saying. We've heard the speaker. He's taken it on board. He's going to look at those examples that are raised tonight and build that into the public consultation process. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Milne. Councillor Stanton.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I would first like to thank Mr. Harvey for bringing the issue to our attention and also opening his home to fellow councillors to discuss this issue. I think for me at this stage, there are some, as you said, compelling items within the amendment. I think for me, the inclusion of an overarching statement could be a worthy inclusion, and it could be possible to further reduce the hours of burning if that is a particular issue in particular areas. I think, though, at this particular moment, as we've also discussed, the amendments proposed go far beyond, and until this goes on public exhibition, which is all this motion is intending to do, is we need to seek the consultation of the public. And I think it's very important that we take into account this constituents' concerns, but also the concerns of the many.
Thank you, Councillor McGregor.
Look, I'd like to make the distinction that whether Councillor Lamont's amendment goes in or not, it's still going out for consultation. And it would be nice if, for once, something that is put forward by that councillor could actually be accepted by this body of 15 for a change. So if it's a bad idea and it's not going to work, then you're going to get that blowback. I've been through various iterations of this policy, and for whatever reason, it usually tends to be the most divisive, or one of the most divisive ones. It's attracted a lot of, rescissions and changes and arguments in the past. It may not do that this time because it may have been completely sorted, but the issue of burning waste, that's a third world solution. It's an ancient solution. We have other options. It shouldn't necessarily be put forward. And I do understand that there is a distinction between people managing their properties in a rural setting and in a semi-urban or an urban setting. I get the whole thing of the house fires versus the open pile burns. I also get the whole point that a lot of the problems with the open pile burns is that you get contaminants in there and treated timber, and that's probably a bigger issue than what we're looking at here. So, councillors, from the sound of it, it looks like this is going to go down. Ultimately, this is going to go out to exhibition. It's going to come back anyway. And I'll look forward to how it goes. Hopefully, it's more successful than some of the earlier versions of this policy. But I would like to make one other point, as unpopular as it may be for some in the laissez-faire community. Self-regulation doesn't work, okay? We have hundreds of years and hundreds or thousands of examples of policies that go forward. They have self-regulation. And guess what? It ends up creating bigger problems. There's a big talk about, green tape and red tape and all that stuff. Regulations save lives. Think about safety regulations. People complain about OH&S. And I think about my time in construction and all the dodgy construction sites that I went to, usually supervised by people in fraternal motorcycle organisations associated with the Liberal Party and organised crime and certain developers in Sydney. But their version of self-regulation is not what we would accept in a modern Western democracy. One would think, unless of course you're a supporter of the ABCC. But then again, this is the problem. We've got rules for a reason. I would like to see us adopt a best practice approach rather than go for it. Just do whatever you want, and if it stuffs up, pay a fine later. Because how many times have we seen on the coast or furthermore across the state or the nation where that leads to terrible outcomes? Look at all the clearing that was in the Herald yesterday with that big mansion and the bloke that cleared hectares without consent. It's a similar issue. When you give people carte blanche to do whatever they want, there is an unfortunate element where the worst instincts come in and that minority stuff it up for the others. Regulation is not something to be scared of. It's there for a reason, because it's a safer place for all of us and it makes things work better. Self-regulation can have its place, but we've seen time and time again how it fails, and it's an ideological position. Look at what happened with COVID. When we had clear rules and health advice and people followed them, we didn't have COVID spreading through the community and killing all the old people and all that sort of stuff. When you move to self-regulation and it's personal responsibility about whether you infect the other 300 people you come into contact with every day, that's how these things get out of control. So let's put it out to exhibition. I encourage you to vote for the amendment. Whether you do or you don't, it's up to you. But let's see when it comes back if there are ways that it can be enhanced in line with community consultation or in line with public safety and public amenity, which is what we should be looking to do for the multitude, regardless of the issues in Fountaindale or wherever the bloke lived. I feel sorry for him, but I don't believe this amendment is solely about him or this policy is solely about him, and it is a red herring or a misnomer to focus on that. I also actually applaud his resilience in having all this trouble over all these years and coming here to talk directly to us, and I would hope that he wouldn't be dismissed and that maybe some of the things that he said might be taken on board. Even if it is only one person, they've still made the effort to do that, and it's still a valid perspective. Even if there is a minority view, it is still a valid view.
Thanks, Councillor McGregor. Let's put the amendment. All those in favour of the amendment? Councillor McGregor. Yeah. Sorry. Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lamont. All those against? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mullen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. Amendments defeated. The motion. Councillor Eaton's and Councillor Mullen. All those in favour of the motion? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mullen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Smith, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. The motion is carried. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is 4.5.
Mr. Mayor, no, there was a second part pulled out from the Environment and Planning Committee.
Oh, sorry. Yep.
Yep.
Thanks, Councillor Eaton. Seconder. Councillor Mulland.
That one up on the board.
Yep.
Are you speaking to it?
No.
Move an amendment, and I'm sure I'd be told it's not an amendment, so it may be a foreshadow. But I think I gave it to the staff, did I? Yep, thank you. And it basically essentially moves that the policy stay as is. And that the critical point there being that the threshold for referral is 10 unique submissions by way of objection rather than 20. So I'll see if I have a seconder for that. Thank you.
No second yet. Sorry. Yep. Foreshadowed.
Foreshadow. Okay. Can I speak to it, or do I have to speak against the motion? I should know that.
In speaking against the motion, you can speak to your...
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just to remind the community, this is about moves by some councillors to increase or to change the policy to require that instead of 10 unique objections to a development application, which would refer it to a local planning panel, that be changed to 20. And I think this policy went out on exhibition, although it was an attempt to bypass that process. However, it did go out on exhibition. I would note that 8 submissions were received during the notification period, and 6 of those submissions oppose this change. So it's not a huge sample size, but it does demonstrate that the majority of people that made submissions oppose this move. I would also note, and I can't recall, actually I won't go there. So I think that is important to note that we ask people to consult on these things, that we get their submissions. Overwhelming majority of the sample size object to it, and then we choose to ignore it, which goes against our whole community participation plan that says we will engage authentically with people and then we ignore them. I also note that the ministerial direction sets the threshold at 10 unique submissions. And so this is in contradiction to the ministerial direction. And so I would urge councillors to reconsider the direction this is going in. I know some councillors will argue that those people that object can still object, staff will still read their objections, but of course that doesn't provide the transparency and accountability and the opportunity for those people to be heard in an appropriate forum. So I would urge councillors to reject the motion that has been put forward by Councillor Eaton and allow this foreshadow to go through. And just one last point, which doesn't need to be part of the motion, but in reading the policy, it appears to say Central Coast LEP in a number of places instead of Central Coast Local Planning Panel. So if staff could just have a look at that, and if I think I'm correct, but might just need to be corrected. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Lamont.
Yeah, I'll speak against the increasing the limit from 10 to 20. It's hard enough to rally people to get 10 objections to a submission. And I know some of you might think, we're better off not having any objections at all, but that's what democracy is all about, letting people actually speak up on things that are happening in the community. The other important thing is the reason why it is so hard, most people wouldn't actually know what was going out as DAs. Like I'm one of those people that looks carefully every week to see what DAs are going out, but most of the community wouldn't. So it is very, very hard to even get 10 unless you got someone in the know letting people know what is actually happening. So I don't see what this fear is of triggering something because you get to 20. It is very hard to get to 20. We should be encouraging people to engage. That's the whole point of what we do. And instead, we're putting up this roadblock saying, well, unless you get to 20, you won't be engaging any further on this matter. I mean, that's ridiculous. And as I said, it's hard. It'd be all right if we actually had a Facebook post out somewhere every week telling everyone these are the submissions that are coming out every week. But we don't do that. It doesn't go on the paper anywhere. It's down on one page in council website. So this fear of, oh my God, we're going to get to 10 and it's going to have to go to the panel. That is very hard to achieve. And as I said, most of the time it only happens if you have people actually in the know and rallying for that to happen. So I don't know why this fear that, 10 and it's going to be triggered, that's really hard. And on that matter, I think council should do a far better job in actually letting people know what is actually going out, what DAs are actually going out than just one little, section on a website. We should publicise it more. If we're going to go to 20, I think we have to make a bigger effort in actually letting people know what's going out. And that's what I have to say.
Thanks, Councillor Mont. Councillor McGregor.
Yeah, look, I rise to make a couple of points in the debate, and I note that we have debated this earlier, but there's some important points to be made. Now, my understanding of the intent of this proposal was that it was to speed up or improve the approval process. Well, if we look at council's own numbers going back 15 years, the lowest point in that 15 years for approvals is 2012, 2013, and then 2014. And from 2017 to 2025, we're operating at 3 to 4 times the amount of approvals when we had the former Gosford and Wyong run by certain people under certain policies. That would tend to suggest that maybe the current policy is actually not too bad and that this is, again, not really addressing the issue. This is a cosmetic change which is anti-democratic and it is not evidence-based. There are 3 to 4 times the amount of approvals going back to 2018 through to the present day as to what there was with former Wyong and former Gosford run by the Deputy Mayor, present Deputy Mayor and the current Mayor. And that's not to cast aspersions about them, but that's saying that the system we have now is working 3 to 4 times more efficiently than the system we had back then. And putting the submissions up is not going to address that. Okay, we should be looking at, if you really want to go after even getting more approvals done, let's not even worry about the actual construction, just land banking and approvals. That's a great one. That's served Gosford really well. Let's actually address the actual issue rather than the silly noise over here that's not the issue. Focus on the solutions rather than the politics so you can get a good story in the business review. This is a waste of time. We have spent so much time on this simply so that we can send a message to the community that we couldn't care less what you have to say. Go and get more people to complain about things. The real problem is people who are not complying with the rules. That is the simple thing. If your proposal does not comply with the rules, it's going to go before the panel because it doesn't comply. Not because there's this group of NIMBYs out there. I mean, and the NIMBYs have some excellent representatives out there, like Alistair Henskins in the state parliament. Good on him. Let's get behind Mr. Henskins. This is not a YIMBY or a NIMBY thing. This is a stupid distraction from the core business of what we should be dealing with. And it is that ethos which is imbibed in everything that comes through here of anti-democratic, anti-community, anti-evidence-based, just because someone thought it up on a whim. Again, reflect on the figures in Council's own documents. We are now approving 4 times as much as what we were doing when the council was run by the other people over there. I mean, come on. Deal with the facts and the evidence for a change rather than the feel opinions. We waste so much time on trivialities. All these big things get lost in the ether. And then you've got what for some people was apparently a first, the issue of Wanderoo getting voted down for both proposals. Can't even work that one out. That's more important than this. Why aren't we focusing on the big things? Show some leadership.
Thanks, Councillor McGregor. Councillor Milland.
I've got to agree with Councillor McGregor. We've debated this so many times, and I think I've asked the same question to senior staff. I'll ask it again, just for the gallery and for the media. So let's talk about we don't care less. I direct a question through you, Mr. Mayor, to the director. If we get 2 objections, or we get 8 objections, or we get 15 objections, do the staff care less? Do we follow the same process? Is an objection an objection?
So, Councillor, there's 2 things. Obviously, we consider all submissions that are made, so it's a requirement that when we're determining a DA under delegation, we consider all the submissions that are made. If it goes to triggering the requirements to go to the local planning panel, the local planning panel considers the assessment report that the staff prepare, and that summarises what the issues are being raised in the submission. So submissions are considered. This is probably more of a matter of what triggers to go to the local planning panel, as opposed to being considered under delegation by council staff.
So absolutely. So the acting director previously stated that the amount of cost and time for staff to prepare documentation to go to the planning panel takes them away from their daily duties of assessing DAs as they come into the system. Is that still correct?
I wouldn't say it like that, Councillor, but what happens when a matter is triggered for the local planning panel? There is further reporting requirements for council staff, so it is more resource intensive to go to the local planning panel, but it's up to councillors to decide what our policy setting is about what triggers going to that local planning panel. So we'll resource whichever approach councillors come up with.
Yeah. So I just want to close by saying I've got faith in our staff. I think they do care about every submission that's made, and whether that's 2 submissions or 18 submissions, I think every submission counts. And I think this is about a process issue more so than not caring. And let's be honest, there's a lot of people out there that may be putting submissions in that may be not directly affected by a proposal. So if that helps to speedline the process, I'm still in support after debating this issue many times previously.
Councillor Eaton, would you like to close?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. It has been debated. I think this will be the 4th time. So maybe to reiterate, yes, we got 6 submissions against the policy out of 350,000 people. 6 submissions. Councillor Smith, I don't interrupt you.
Oh, sorry, I was just talking about thinking that.
Yeah. The prime driver of this is, in fact, the time that is added when matters go to the LPP, and as a result of that, we get a lot of deferred. Deemed refusals appeals to the LEC. More than half of the appeals currently to the LEC are deemed refusals, and rightly or wrongly, this adds significant time to the process, and so you'll get more appeals which are much more expensive to deal with. So that's what it's about, is actually trying to reduce the number of appeals. And I completely agree with Councillor Merlin. The idea that our staff do not thoroughly look at every objection is frankly quite objectionable, and I think a slur on our staff.
Thanks, Councillor Eaton. All those in favour of the motion from Councillor Eaton? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Merlin, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. All those against? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lamont. The motion is carried. Next item on agenda is 4.5. Councillor McNamara, as the Chair of the Economic Development Committee, would you like to introduce this item?
Yes, I'll move the recommendation.
Right, seconder, Councillor Merlin.
There's a fight for it. Very good. So there was a number of updates, but I would like to do an advertisement for the workshop for the Economic Development Strategy on the 2nd of September. That will take over from the next meeting. So it'll be a workshop on the 2nd of September. Very important that we get the economic development strategy right and everybody participates and provides feedback. So there you go. John, Councillor Mullen.
I think a workshop's going to be essential moving forward. I'm a little bit concerned that there's other strategies being developed in isolation to the business development strategy at the moment. I raised my concerns last week. I think the workshop's really critical so we can make sure there is an alignment and make sure that if we're fair income that we want to get things done over the next period, that the business development strategy is supported by other councils' policies and strategies, and that we got staff, especially senior staff, all heading in the same direction. So thank you.
Any other discussion? All those in favour? Unanimous apart from Councillor McGregor. He's out the room, so that's a vote against. Oh, it's not a vote against, my apologies. Absent. So that's carried. So unanimous. Next item agenda is 5.2. Councillor Smith, you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am aware that the attachment is confidential, so I'm not discussing the attachment. I would just, basically, I'm moving that this matter just to be deferred and council is provided with a briefing. And if I have a seconder, I'll just speak to that, if I may.
We've got a seconder.
For the purpose of debate, come on.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Lamont, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, when I saw this report and what the report is asking is for an attestation from councillors, which is basically to endorse the attached document, I did wonder if I'd missed a briefing because I didn't recall a lot of detail about it. No, there was no briefing. And I do think this matter is an important matter that councillors should be across before they sign off on it. So with that in mind, and I have checked with staff that there is time for us to have a bit more information on that before it can come back. It can come back to the September meeting, if that's okay, Mr. Mayor. If I need to say more, I will, but if I don't, I won't. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion now? No. All those in favour? Yeah.
Question.
Yeah.
Just through you, the CEO, is that time frame manageable?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll bring it back to the September meeting. We'll meet the deadline.
Yeah. Just vote again. Just get hands up. All those for. So Councillor McKenna, Councillor Milland, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Smith, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor McQuaid, Councillor Wright. Against. Abstaining. Councillor Neil abstained. So carry to be deferred to the next meeting. Community grant support grant programme. Yeah. Yep. Councillor Milland.
Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to move the motion.
Seconder, Councillor Smith. Yep. No talk. No discussion. All those in favour? Unanimous. Unanimous. Now we can bring Belinda and
Councillor Neil.
Councillor Neil, can you bring me a cup of tea when you're coming? But you'll come back in. Item 6.1, notice of motion.
Councillor Neil, we're having a council meeting here.
Okay.
Councillor McNamara.
As officially provided this afternoon, I withdraw 6.1 notice of motion.
Thank you. 6.2, notice of motion, reform of council meeting structure and frequency and dissolution of standing committees. 6.2. Yeah, 6.2, of a motion. Councillor Lamont, thank you. A seconder.
I'll second.
Councillor Smith. Councillor Lamont, you got any?
Okay. Yeah, I have got something to say. So I obviously speak in support of this motion, and I think most councillors here would know this is something that has been a bit of a sore point for me, the way these committees have been established. And one of the reasons I support the motion is because it's time we restore clarity, efficiency and transparency to how this council conducts its business. The current committee structure was introduced with the promise of efficiency and better governance. In practice, it has delivered the opposite. We are duplicating debate, discussing matters once in committee, then again at the ordinary council meeting. That means double the time, double the work, and double the confusion. Instead of streamlining, we've created procedural fatigue, both for councillors and the public. Worse still, this duplication undermines transparency. Committee minutes often come to us unconfirmed and in fragmented form. Members of the public are forced to dig through committee business papers to understand what is really being decided, and we are left to do the same as well. That is not fair or open system. Our community deserves decisions they can follow clearly. One debate, one vote in the public forum on an ordinary council meeting, not recommendations. The current model also risks what I've called councillor specialisation. When only some councillors are engaged in committee debates, they are left reliant on block briefings or party summaries. That is not democracy. It narrows voices, fosters caucusing and reduces accountability. Every councillor here was elected to represent the whole community across all matters, not just a portfolio or committee chair's domain. Councillors let's be honest, our meetings have been chaotic. Too often important items are debated late at night when councillors and community are exhausted if they're still watching. We have adjournments, confusion over procedure and rushed decisions. This damages the credibility of council in the eyes of our residents and erodes trust in our governance. What I propose is simple, practical and proven. 2 ordinary meetings per month. 1 dedicated to planning, environment and economic development with a rotation of assets and infrastructure, community and culture and governance and finance portfolios. The second as the existing end of month ordinary meeting. We end up with 1 debate, 1 vote with all councillors present, accountable and responsible. No duplication, no committee layers. Other councils already operate efficiently under similar models. They achieve clarity, transparency and strong governance with fewer meetings and less duplication. Why shouldn't we? This reform would not silence advisory voices. Advisory committees and panels can and should remain reporting directly to a full council where their work is visible and considered by all councillors. That is transparency, that is inclusivity, and that is democracy. At its core, this notice of motion is about respect. Respect for the time our staff, for the energy of our councillors, and most importantly, for the trust and attention of our community. We are elected to serve openly, not behind layers of process that confuse rather than clarify. And one more thing that I'd like to add, I mean, what happened tonight with the Environment and Planning Committee minutes, that's just an example of why we shouldn't have these committees. Here we are, the papers were like this, if everyone can see that, but you end up with something like this. And then it takes 2 of us to actually debate it in council or an amendment to pass through. That's ridiculous. I mean, where's the transparency in that? How do people know what we're actually voting on when it's all in block? And as I said, go to, I'm happy, I'm quite sure most of you probably, well, not most, but I'd say half the council voting block that will vote against this motion. If you're not happy with that, I'm prepared to even if we go to full membership with all the committees. Like, keep your memberships your committees in place, but let's do full membership and let's go to voting at the meetings straight up so we don't repeat them again at a subsequent ordinary meeting. So that's all I've got to say. I'd like your support on this because I think we're really heading down the wrong way with these committees.
Thanks, Councillor Lamont. Thank you. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I support Councillor Lamont's motion, and I think we've tried these standing committees now for what have we probably had them functioning 6 months? Would that be optimistic? And perhaps the chaos is not as bad as the first meetings, but even tonight we had councillors saying they couldn't vote on an item because they weren't across the substance of the matter, and that's because it went via a standing committee that they were not on. And I don't say that with any disrespect to those councillors. I'm just highlighting the ineffectiveness of the standing committees. I would also note that although we had a bit of to and fro about the code of meeting practice, it missed the point. The point was that the chair of a standing committee refused a councillor calling out an item because there weren't 2 councillors. Now, that did not comply with any code of meeting practice that we have, and sought to exert authority that really is not appropriate. I would also say that I was disappointed and concerned that a chair of a standing committee the Environment Standing Committee refused to allow the matter of shark nets to go on the agenda. Not clear why, but again, exerting authority on a matter that council needed to consider, needed to deliberate on. And if the standing committees were in any way useful, that would have been an appropriate way to use them. So I do think, I know some councillors are wedded to this just because they are, but it is hugely inefficient. I find the CEO's response to this item a little bit confusing, and I guess it would be interesting to really ask for a detailed report that backs up some of that response. But I think it's better to look at it from a governance model. And this is, in my view, really poor governance, really poor process, and really is time consuming for staff and councillors when there is a better way of doing it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Mullen.
Oh, sorry.
I think it's a good debate, to be honest, and I suppose I've got a different opinion. I actually enjoy our community meetings. I think it's a time for really good discussion. I think it's time for the staff to test ideas with councillors. I think it's an opportunity for us to take a deep dive into topics. What I do really like is the way those committees run during the meetings. People are respectful. It's not loaded up with politics and agendas. People are very respectful of people's opinions. And I think it's been, for a lot of councillors, including myself, it's a great opportunity to learn too, because you can take a deep dive. I think most of our chairs are doing a really good job, and I enjoy attending the meetings. And sometimes I think maybe open council meetings could probably learn a little bit from the committee meetings. I also agree that it's been a learning process. I think it was really messy in the early days. To Councillor Smith's comments, I think they've got better. Are they perfect yet? No, they're a long way from perfect. And when things come up like tonight, where there's some debate about process, we can learn from that and get better as we go on. So I urge councillors to persist. I know we've all got different opinions on the matter, but in regards to transparency, sorry, I can't remember who arranges transparency. Don't forget the committee meetings are open to the public. The public do attend. They do watch online. So it's probably no different to a council meeting here where people either attend in person or they dial in. So is it perfect? No. Is it getting better? I think it is. I say a thank you for our chairs because they're taking on a big responsibility. And I think the majority of meetings I've been to have been really productive.
Thanks, Councillor Mullen. Any other discussion? No. All those in favour? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lamont. All those against? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mullen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid, Councillor Stanton's out of the room. So it's 7-all. I've got a casting vote, so I'll vote against. So the motion is lost. The what? 6.3. Notice of motion establishment of mobile food vendor registration booking system. Councillor Daniels.
Thank you. I'm going to make it really brief. I have circulated my ideas to everybody and asked for feedback, and I think so far the feedback's been pretty good. The main idea is just the online registration and booking system, very similar to what runs very successfully in Lake Macquarie. It just helps to make sure that all of the food vendors have their compliance up to date, all their registrations and certificates required, that they're in appropriate places at appropriate times. I would lean on staff to come back to the committees to let us know what places would be the best for it and that kind of thing, and what times are appropriate. And it also helps to activate local spaces and to support local businesses. The focus would definitely be on local vendors, perhaps with some methods for out of area vendors to come along as well. But I'll ultimately leave all that up to the committee. But happy to take any questions.
Just before we go any further, I'd just like to put in hold just to extend, or just procedural motion to extend. Everybody in favour to extend for half an hour? Unanimous. Thank you very much. So we extend for another half an hour. Councillor Miller.
I'd just like to speak in support of the motion. when you have a look at really vibrant cities around the world, the food scene is really underpinned in a lot of areas about mobile food trucks and pop-up restaurants and little pop-up bars. We've been talking about a more vibrant food and nightlife here on the Central Coast for a long, long time. I think the other part of this is people don't understand that food trucks can be an entry point into a business for a lot of small operators. That they test their concept and then they get an opportunity to move into a small venue, and that can develop into a big business that employs a lot of people here on the Central Coast. When you speak to these vendors, it's like a lot of people, they get frustrated with the processes here on the Central Coast. It's a lot easier to do business in other LGAs. So I think there's a good opportunity here to really send a clear message that we embrace food and nightlife here on the Central Coast. We want to make it easy for people to do business here. And I think Councillor Daniels is also committed that there should be a preference to local vendors wherever possible as well. So we're supporting our local talent. So thank you.
Councillor Wright.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'll keep it brief, conscious of time, but I definitely agree with Councillor Morland's comments about, it's a good opportunity for these small businesses to create themselves and then go into bigger and better spaces. And as Councillor Daniels would know, working in the industry, we have so many great examples of that across the Central Coast. One thing you could consider, you don't have to put it in the motion, but it came to me as you were reading it out. I know Council, and perhaps the Mayor can speak to this at a later date, but Council in, I think, June ran a session with contractors who are looking to work with Council, and it was a morning and a breakfast, and sort of said, hey, if you want to work with Council and you want to go through these processes, come, ask us questions, talk to each other, network. That's something that could be actually great for this, an opportunity for all these vendors to come in, talk about their experiences, talk about their issues with the forms and the registrations, and Council provide some information for them to get direct engagement with the staff who are working on this process. So mainly just something to consider, but happy to support the motion.
Thanks, Councillor. Just before Councillor Stanton, kind of a seconder for the motion, Councillor Stanton. Thank you. On you go, Councillor Stanton.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just wanted to say as well, of course, I support this motion as I've just done. I have spoken to various local food vendors, and I've mentioned this to a few councils in the past, and it's been quite difficult for some of them to be able to do business on the Central Coast when we sometimes at various festivals and fairs seem to favour external providers from across Sydney and Newcastle. And I think this motion will go a long way to getting local food vendors back in the market.
Thank you. Councillor Castles.
Yes, thank you. I'm also happy to support this, but I just had one quick question, which is there was point 6 about the local approvals policy. I'm wondering what the time frame is in terms of that local approvals policy being finalised and sort of kind of ready to go, so to speak. And if it was written somewhere and I've missed it, I apologise. Thank you.
Through Mr. Mayor, it would be back to the committees by December this year.
When was that, sorry?
By December this year.
Oh, great. Yep.
Councillor Crowley.
Yes, I just wanted to ask you one question, if I could. Some of the as part of the booking system and so on, does that cover health and safety sort of things? I mean, does that mean the council's health department can come and check that the food's being cooked properly or things are clean and so on? Thanks.
So from my understanding, like any food van is required to have the appropriate certifications and be checked over by the Food Health and Safety, just like any other food business. But I think this new method, the way that it runs in Lake Macquarie, would help that process, because everybody would need to register and then be compliant with that registration, and it would be a yearly thing. So every year they would have to prove their compliance. Whereas sort of believe at the moment it's a bit of a discretionary process, perhaps, on when the food and health come out and inspect. I know from having our business myself that we didn't always get inspections every year. I believe there was a gap of about 4 years because we'd had so many 5 stars that they didn't bother coming back out to us. So I think this would probably make more certain that food, health and safety was up to date.
Any other discussion? All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is 6.4, Notice of Motion, Rocky Point Residents Cycleway Petition. Councillor McGregor, are you moving?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I'll be brief. It's pretty straightforward. It's basically just receiving the petition and then including it in community consultation. So I have, full disclosure, I have met with some of the people who put the petition together. I did a site walk around with them a few weeks ago, about a month ago, and then a few days ago I went out there with staff and some of the other councillors to get that other perspective. If you look at what's in front of you, it is simply just receiving the petition and acknowledging that as part of community consultation. So I don't really see anything controversial here, and I would encourage councillors to support it.
Thank you. Can somebody second? Councillor Millen, thanks. Councillor McWade.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. If the mover of this motion would accept an amendment, which just being the the CEO's proposed modifications. Moving an amendment, and if the just a variation of the motion.
Put your buzzer on.
Look, I've seen the variation. I'm just going to keep it as the original. I don't really see it makes any change. If you want to change it, it doesn't really bother me. I see it as pedantic rather than actually being something effective to change it.
Are you going to move as an amendment or not? He's not going to accept the variation. Yeah, see other amendment. Just the original.
Mr. Mayor, just a question, just to try to get some clarification. So, with the petition, does that automatically become part of the consultation process in regards to the pathway?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Millen, yes, it will be part of the review.
So, all good with that? Yep. All those in favour of the motion? Unanimous. Thank you. 6.5, Notice of Motion Improving Pedestrian Safety at Copa Primary School. Councillor Wright, on his feet already.
Ready to go. Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I think it's fair to say that nothing is more important than protecting student safety at our local primary schools. And I've been working on this for quite a while now, and hit a number of roadblocks along the way, and hence I'm wanting to bring it to council here tonight because I think as the community has laid out fairly clearly, this is in need of urgent action. Kids at Copacabana don't have a pedestrian crossing, which we understand is quite rare for primary schools in the Central Coast, and I know Councillor Walsh is getting some information on that. And I think it is so important that these students have access to efficient and proper safety measures. There is a bit of a pathway along Pablo Street, but it simply ends, and it doesn't provide safety to students walking in and out of school. There's almost 300 students at that school who have to walk on dirt paths and dirt paths, I'll keep that up, every day out of all of the entries of the school. So I think what this motion really wants to do is front run a lot of what we're thinking ahead of that walking and cycleway strategy, because I think
this needs to be one of the first cabs off the rank when we look at accessing grant funding as part of that strategy. And I'd ask Councillor Neal not to interject as usual. This is so important, and I think we've made that perfectly clear. I want to thank the community as well, who's made a petition around this. I think last night when I spoke to the petition organiser, it had over 650 signatures from the local community, and it's a small, tight-knit community in Copacabana, and they've really banded together on this. The PNC, led by Rachel, who spoke earlier tonight, Penny, the school principal, Bernadine, Mitchell and the team at the Copacabana Community Association have all banded around this together. This school has been operational for many years. It's a long-standing issue, but just because it's a long-standing issue doesn't mean that it's not an issue that we can improve. So what I'm seeking to do is use the levers that we have available, such as Traffic Committee and Council's officers, to conduct a full review of the traffic measures around the school. And I'll touch on that within the staff recommendation if the civic support team can load that onto the screen. Because I do think the staff recommendation made a number of good points. And I think also pleasingly the staff recommendation acknowledged that they are looking to start works, as in the reporting process, within the next 6 months. And I was very pleased to see that. And I think what we need to look at particularly is a dedicated kiss and drop zone for the students. I know Avoca Beach over the hill, I won't get into the debate between which suburb's better, I'll leave that for others. But, they have access to these facilities, as do many schools, and they don't. The other thing too is, the bus stop at Copacabana for the kids who are going into some parts of Copacabana or over to Avoca Beach is actually away from the school, across a street, in the rain often, because there's no shelter. So really need to look at how those bus zones are and if they could be more effective elsewhere. And again, looking at the pedestrian crossing, because I really do think that's a quick win for everybody. It's easier for council to carry out. It means that people can get to their cars safely, and the longer term vision for this needs to be looking at grant funding for that pedestrian crossing that will connect down to Del Rio Drive. And look, it's probably a good opportunity to review the safety measures around all of our schools, and perhaps that's something we can do in subsequent notice of motions. But I really do think this is important. I want to thank the community for their advocacy on this and for bringing it to us as councillors, for the council staff, for listening to our concerns on this matter, and preparing a good response here with the council recommendation, and hopefully for all the councillors supporting this, because as I started the speech with, there's nothing more important than ensuring that these kids are safe when walking around their school. That's what the parents are saying, that's what the community is saying, and that's what we should be supporting. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Wright. Councillor Walsh, you want a second?
Thank you. Yes,
Thank you.
seconding. Yes, and
May I give a brief personal explanation before you take the seconder? I just wish to respond to the complaint about injection, and I feel that.
Hold on. Councillor Walsh, could you just turn your buzzer off for a second?
It's on. I just wish to give a personal explanation in relation to the complaint of Councillor Wright that's interjecting. I think as he gains more experience, he'll understand that an interjection is actually flattery. People are actually listening to you, and you provoke sufficient emotional response for them to speak.
Thank you. Councillor Walsh.
As seconder of the motion and in support of what Councillor Wright has had to say, and I was almost triggered when we did our site visit out to the school, with memories of how poor access getting my kids to school at Brisbania, which does now have some sort of a footpath for part of the way, kind of goes to nowhere, but also does have a crossing and a second entry that's much safer than Copacabana, that's for sure. It's not just the safety of the little kids who go there, it's the safety of the community more generally, and very particularly when you think of women with prams and so forth. It was a true dog's breakfast out there. It's terrible. So it has been a great experience, actually, in terms of the consultation that's gone on with the members of the community, and I really hope that councillors can get behind this. I have asked about numbers of schools on the coast that don't have any foot crossings or associated pathways that are safe for kids. I haven't had an answer on that yet, but it's obviously relevant to this. I would hazard a guess that Copacabana is probably one of the few that has no safe access points like that. So, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Walsh. Councillor Milland.
Just quickly, Mr Mayor, I'd also like to speak in support. I thank Councillor Wright and Councillor Walsh to bring it towards Council tonight. The speaker spoke really well, and as a dad, I was really concerned that we live on the Central Coast and it's like third world country, but we don't extend a 40 zone to where the kids are crossing. That just seems ludicrous in 2025. So as we go through this process, hopefully we can identify some quick wins as well, because to move some signage, that could be a very quick win that could save a life. However, both Councillor Walsh and Councillor Wright raised a good point. This is only one school out of probably hundreds on the Central Coast. So a greater review over the coming years, I think that's essential, so we can identify the problem right across the coast and not just in isolation.
Thank you, Councillor. Any more discussion? Want to close? No. No. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. Last item on the agenda is 7.1 decision motion council owned land within the Gosford CBD. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. If I could just explain the intent of the rescission motion and the alternate motion. As we're aware, the former Gosford Council building, there was a MOU or some kind of agreement with TAFE, and as the state government and the CEO have advised us that is no longer an option. And it was noted that under administration, Mr Hart authorised the CEO to proceed with the sale in the event that didn't happen. So what this motion seeks to do is rescind that motion, but the intent is more about council than looking at our council-owned land within that urban corridor. And for this council to consider what our strategy is with that land. So it may be to sell that building, but I think Gosford CBD, as it currently stands, as we know, is undergoing a lot of development. And I think we need to be clear as a council of 15 councillors what we think is the desirable outcome for that land. Particularly as once we lose that land, a future council won't be buying it back. So is that the best strategy, or is there other strategies that this council should consider in how we make the most of that land? So the rescission motion aims to specifically rescind the sale of the Gosford Council building. It looks as if it is rescinding other parts, but that's purely because it was wrapped up in a whole parcel of lots. The alternate motion then looks at council providing a paper, and I'm open to that being amended to be referred to the Economic Development Committee, perhaps for their initial first pass. But then it allows the CEO to then proceed with the sale of that land where the buildings have already been demolished. So it's not trying to put a halt to those, it's just trying to say where we have current land in that urban corridor, this council should have the opportunity to consider what the best financial strategy is for that land. So I will move the rescission motion, hoping that I have a seconder and hoping that it is successful. But
can I have a seconder? No. A seconder, Councillor Walsh. Yep, Councillor Neal.
I wanted to ask a question of the CEO. I understand there is presently an educational institution that is investigating the possible purchase of this building. If this motion was carried, would that interfere with that possible sale?
let me look closely. First thing is, we've been approached by a number of parties for the site and for the sites. And at this stage, we're not accepting or entertaining any of them. There are some minor land boundary pieces that need to be done before we can formally put the matter to work. If we wanted to go to a preferable a preference deal with let's say a community benefit type organisation, 3 probably endangers it because it says we go to open market at this stage. But we can't, as I said, there's a couple of slight boundary issues that we have to deal with, given that there was a portion of this site has only just been reclassified to operational, so we haven't been able to move on that. So at this stage, it probably, given 3 says we go straight out, and at this stage we're not going to go straight out because there's a couple of things we need to do. Whether that helps.
Mr. Mayor, I apologise, but I just realised that I may well have a conflict of interest in relation to this matter, and I should have left earlier, and I've just came to my mind, so I will declare an interest in relation to my spouse being on the academic. A potential.
The organisations who are talking to us would like to keep their.
I wasn't going to actually mention the organisation.
Their identity confidential. That's why I've been trying to blink to you in
academic.
Morse code, Councillor Neal.
Anyway, I have a conflict, I believe, and I'm vacating. Sorry.
Mr. Mayor, just further to the CEO's comments, if that Part 3 presents a problem, then it can be changed. That was just reproducing what the previous resolution was to be clear that there was no intention to try and disrupt what the previous process was. But if you think there would be benefit to altering that, then that would certainly be appropriate.
It's probably okay. As I said, even if we were going to go to open market, there are some land matters on that to do with some boundary adjustments that will take a few months to do before we would go to any open market. As I said, there are some parties who we may want to consider dealing with uniquely because of the particular circumstances of those organisations and the potential use that they're going to put that to. But there's a bit of work to be done, and we'd brief you confidentially on that.
Yeah, so that could be incorporated into, and not physically change the motion, but if there was to be a briefing with the Economic Development Committee or otherwise, those lots, an update on those lots could be included in that.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Councillor Walsh, can you?
Just to be clear for the gallery, what I was saying is that those lots in Part 3 could be included in any further information that was provided to councillors or an update on where they were up to, even though it doesn't specifically say that in the motion. Yeah.
Councillor Walsh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In support of what Councillor Smith has already been discussing for us, I see this rescission motion as really not a lot more than councillors asking for more information and more detail. And I think it's important. These are huge assets with huge financial implications for council, but the also implications for the community more broadly in terms of council-owned property. So I hope that everyone can support the motion in terms of, at the very least, it doesn't sound like it's going to drag things out a whole. It doesn't sound like it's going to get in the way of very much at all. So, in the interests of transparency and just a greater level of information and understanding for all councillors, I hope you support the motion.
Councillor Reaton.
I'll just speak briefly against the rescission and the ultimate ensuing motion. What this is saying is the council is not going to sell the old chambers. It's that simple. And yes, you can change it again, but why would you at this stage? There's an existing resolution that allows it to be sold. From my point of view, that's the right thing to stick with, and let's get on with it. We're talking about an asset, I think it's fair to say, that is somewhere between $20 and $30 million, and that money can be used for many other things within this place. And why would you now say at this point in time, without knowing anything, we're not going to sell it?
Councillor Rowland.
I'm struggling a bit to understand the rescission motion. I've got no problems about having a report come back and having a workshop about our property holdings in Gosford. That makes a lot of sense. I believe that any offer, and through you, Mr. Mayor, to the CEO, any offer on the old council building will come back for discussion with council.
We can't sell anything without
That's what I thought.
resolution of council.
Look, I'm happy to support a briefing. I'm happy to have a workshop because I think it's really important. To Councillor Smith's point, these decisions were made a number of years ago, and we should really have a united view about what we want in our main street of Gosford. So I support the intent, but I can't support the rescission motion.
Councillor McNamara.
I can't support the rescission motion either, but a note to Director Smith. I think we're having the EDC meeting in October in the Gosford Library, the Central Coast Regional Library. This may be an item that we could have a briefing/workshop, and it's in Gosford, right at the back of all of these bits of land. So we'll talk about putting that on in the October EDC meeting.
Councillor Walsh.
I still speaking supportive.
Yeah.
Sorry?
You've already spoke.
Oh.
No. Yeah. All those in favour of the motion?
Councillor Smith's
motion. Councillor Smith's motion. Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lamont. All those against? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Woolen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. It is failed. So, close the meeting at 10:28.